headphones, when you speak without headphones,
Let me try.
Your voice is cut when somebody else speaks.
Okay. Oh my dear. Well, the iPhones I have are in the other building.
No, it's fine. I mean, right now, no problems. Just a small hint. That's all.
Maybe you can hear me better if I'm not when my camera is not on. Is that correct? Or is it okay? Is it the same?
No, correct.
No difference?
Yes, this is better. But you know, maybe you can a little bit lower the hoparlor of your computer, because it's echoing. Sometimes our voice is echoing. That's the only.
Right.
So it's 9 o'clock sharp.
Okay. Very good.
Yes, let's stick to the program.
Wonderful. Good morning and welcome to this session. Good morning and welcome to follow today's first session, the role, misuse and utilization of archaeology in city planning and design. You can see the program of today. We have 6 interesting presentations, but let me first introduce myself. My name is Lisa Seppänen. I'm an archaeologist affiliated to Turku University, where I hold a title of a docent, adjunct professor of urban archaeology. It is my pleasure to host this session together with Pelin Günal. Would you like to present yourself, Pelin?
Of course, thank you. Good morning, all. I'm doing my PhD at Özyeğin University, Design Technologies and Society Studies. It's good to have you all here, so yeah, we can begin if you like.
Yes. So we have 6 presentations with a geographical focus in Finland and Sweden. And the topics range from rock formations to wooden buildings, definitions and significance of archaeological and cultural heritage to architecture and design. And I'm looking very eagerly forward to this very inspiring session. Before we start with the first presentation, I would like to remind you of a few practical issues. Each speaker has 20 minutes for his or her presentation. So we start the clock when you start speaking. And we will give you a notice when you have 2 and 1 minutes left of your time. And the discussion will be at the end of the session. You may post your comments and questions on the chat box during the presentations or write them down and keep them until the end of the session when we can turn on the cameras and have conversation about the presentations and topics of this session. And please keep your microphones turned off during the presentations apart from speakers. And our first speaker is Ulla Lähdesmäki. She comes from Finland. Good morning, Ulla.
Good morning.
Ulla Lähdesmäki has worked as a researcher at the University of Turku, Finland, and at the Pirkanmaa Provincial Museum in Tampere, where she acted as Regional Heritage Authority, protecting archaeological sites and monuments in development and land use. In her doctoral dissertation, 2018, she studied the impact of modern land use on endangered archaeological heritage. Today, Ulla is giving her presentation about the use of archaeological sites in land use with the title, Use of Archaeological Sites in Urban Land Use, Examples of Marginal Archaeological Heritage in Tampere region, Finland. You're warmly welcome to give your presentation, Ulla. The screen is yours.
Thank you. Right. Dear colleagues,
In this session, my presentation brings into discussion the lack of use, the neglect of archaeological sites.
I'm sorry, Ulla, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we see a part of your screen now, not the, right? Is it only me, or you are also seeing the half of it?
I think.
Yeah, me also.
Me too.
Okay. Can you try sharing it again?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Share screen here. Is it again the same?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
This is perfect.
Okay, fine. Right, dear colleagues, in this session, my presentation brings into discussion the lack of use, the neglect of archaeological sites, which I believe exists in many countries and societies. My example is from Northern Europe, from Tampere region in southern Finland, which is one of the administrational areas in the country concerning, for example, land use, decision-making, and heritage management. There are good examples of well-preserved, maintained, and utilized archaeological sites in Finland, such as the examples in these pictures. The concept of use is broad and also complicated. These pictures show sites that are provided with information science and guidance. They are maintained and visited by the broad public. Most of these could be called as the basic traditional way to use an archaeological site. Next to these, a lot of digital virtual utilization has been developed in the recent years. These examples are usually those presented in activity reports and national development strategies, but they are merely a small part of the bigger picture. In my research work about the impact of modern land use on archaeological sites, I noticed that from the perspective of archaeological heritage utilization, the majority of the sites in Tampere region were to some extent neglected. They were in a way invisible, and they appeared to have very little significance in modern land use contexts. Now it doesn't change the next slide should be here. Okay, yes. It's a bit slow, I see. The research results from the region are mainly from the first decade of this century. Looking at planning or building infrastructure and other types of land use, it appeared that among land users and planning professionals, the protection of and preservation of archaeological sites was first and foremost motivated by the existence of the Antiquities Act. Abiding the law was the premise and primary motive in preserving the site. Understanding and utilizing the values and stories connected to the site were not the motives. The principle of legality was the dominating idea among land use actors. 2/3 of the analyzed land use cases in my research didn't cause any particular harm to archaeological sites. They were marked in the plans as the law demands, but otherwise they were not taken into account in any ways. 1/3 of all land use projects, such as building infrastructure, private and public building activities, and even some of the planning projects, caused to some extent threat or even harm to archaeological sites. Typically, it was planning and building too close to an archaeological site with just a minimum protection area around it. On the left-hand side picture, there are underground remains of a medieval village where new apartment buildings are being built next to the remains. In the center, behind the new commercial building, there is a medieval vestry, underground church remains, and a cemetery, which are blocked by the new development. Some of the projects caused even concrete destruction to the site without a legal permission and archaeological rescue excavations, which is shown in the third picture. Even though the sites remained intact in land use, they were mostly ignored and not valued among the majority of land use professionals. On the whole, urban and rural land use was and is the dominant factor that changes archaeological sites' state and position in its environment. The sites are often marginalized, which again affects on the lack of utilizing them. Compared to their potential value and ability to enrich the environment, the sites are often unused heritage. The diagram is from 2015, and it shows the relative amount of archaeological sites that were in the use compared to the total amount of the sites in Tampere region. They are provided with an information sign. They may be situated along a nature or culture trail, or local residents voluntarily take care of them and arrange guidance and happenings near the sites. The amount is very small. Of course, not all sites can be used because of their location or condition or character, but it is obvious that there are more resources in archaeological sites than has been used. Let's have a look at the use of archaeological sites in Tampere city, the capital of the region. It is one of the most intensely growing centers in Finland with a vigorous land use and development. In 2010, there were 130 protected archaeological sites in the area. Compared to other municipalities and towns in the region, Tampere city is relatively often the landowner of those properties where the sites are situated. This was the case in more than 30% of the sites. Ideally, as a public actor, the city could set an example to the inhabitants and land users of how to treat and use archaeological and other cultural environment. In that 130 sites, there were about 30 sites that can be characterized as very potential sites to be used, judged by their location and condition or informative scientific and visual character. At the time of my research, there were 7 sites provided with a simple sign or a bit more information. 6 sites were maintained by local communities in the Adapter Monument program, which I will tell about later. 25 of the potential sites were in the densely built city milieu. The map shows the amount of archaeological sites in the city center alone, mapped with dots and flags. Many of them, like the historical lime kiln in the old photo, were without visible remains on the earth level, since the area has been intensively built during several decades and centuries. But the information and the stories do exist. There are also underwater heritage shipwrecks near the city center. In my analysis, it appeared that an archaeological site was seldom given enough space around it, or the stories connected to it were not used to enrich the value of the place. Because of the strict antiquarian legislation, the site was preserved, but it was mainly considered as a burden or drag in the project, even though heritage authorities spoke for its utilization. Archaeological heritage in Tampere city is versatile, and it is connected right to the identity of the city. The sites tell about the beginning of the settlement from Stone and Iron Age and its later development. Tampere has been the main industrial city in Finland, and the sites represent the beginning and growth of industrial development, such as the site of the paper mill in the Central Park in this picture. There were industrial rail and pulp factory remains, which are shown in the small pictures. When developing the park area, they were covered with an artificial lawn, since the place is dedicated to happenings in its present use. During the last few years, there has been extensive development projects going on in the city center, where the archaeological heritage might also be utilized to some extent in the future. This remains still to be seen, and it is a challenge to heritage authorities to bring archaeological values into discussion in the dialogue with the city planners and developers. How to improve the position of archaeological heritage and raise awareness of the potential of the sites as one of the value layers in modern environment. This is a complicated question which is connected to many actors, planning and other land use professionals, heritage experts and their practices, the broad public and land use decision makers. There are different ways to improve the situation. I'll show first an example that has already been done in Tampere region, the Adapter Monument program. Finally, I want to raise the question of the intensive research work in archaeological heritage management field. For the last 12 years, Tampere Regional Museum has worked with the Adapter Monument program, which goal is to enhance the state and position of both archaeological site and built heritage. It is an interactive practice to encourage local societies, school classes, and inhabitants to voluntarily take care of the heritage site, guide groups, and arrange happenings to promote the site. The activity has spread outside the region into so far 3 other counties in Finland, and one of the goals is to spread the scheme even wider. At the moment, there are 36 both archaeological and built heritage sites adopted in Finland. In Tampere region, there are 22 adopted archaeological sites. The main achievement has been that these sites have been recognized, the stories are being told, new stories are created connected to the sites, and they are taken care, and people have gathered in these places to spend time, as is shown in these pictures. There are challenges such as how to keep adoption going on when participants change, And of course, this is a way to improve the use of archaeological sites among those who are already interested in heritage when they start. It is a challenge to reflect how to make an impact on those who, for example, decide about land use, in other words, those who are not the so-called believers. It takes time to work with this method, as is seen in the number of the adapted sites, but it has proved to be a functioning activity, which is shown also by the rewards the program has received. In the long run, Adapt a Monument may have fruitful impact to make a difference on land use decision-making by having wide impact on public opinion. Archaeological heritage management education and especially research work are important areas when developing the position of archaeological heritage. Both sectors are still very young in Finland. In my work, I recognized unquestionable need to increase research work within archaeological and wider heritage sector, but especially research work that would be done in collaboration with land use researchers. It is obvious that when an archaeological site is situated in an area where there is planning and development process going on, it is clearly a challenge for land use experts to give them space and meaning in the changing environment. It is the same with archaeological heritage authorities acting with land use sector. There is a clear demand for deeper understanding of that field. Concerning the topics of research collaboration, I could say that we need more knowledge and insight about how to give significance, new meaning, and better visibility for an archaeological site, particularly in urban environment. We need to develop further the environmental impact assessment system, which has been applied since 1990s. It is not very efficient or reliable concerning archaeological sites. Usually, assessment report says that a site is preserved as the law demands, and that is all. The impact is not really genuinely analyzed at all. It would be even useful to plan and produce, in collaboration, visual education or demonstration material for planners and building professionals about how to integrate different types of archaeological sites into new development. That is, give visual ideas, examples, and models in different conditions and situations, not any exact orders. If we think about just archaeological research alone, there is a need for developing more effective methods for monitoring the state of archaeological sites in modern environment. At the moment, there are, in fact, strong expectations for the future in Finland concerning the position of archaeological heritage. Instead of having a central heritage organization, the Finnish Heritage Agency, the amount of heritage actors has widened with a network of regional museums along the renewal of the museum organization. From the beginning of last year, there has been a responsible regional museum in every county with archaeological and built heritage expertise. At the moment, there are more archaeologists than ever around the country participating in planning and other land use plans as heritage experts and having the dialogue with the land use sector. Hopefully, in future, that will also lead to more intensive research work that benefits the utilization of archaeological sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulla. You were well in time.
Yes,
yes, and we could have few comments since we are still having time, but we can easily share our comments and we can easily discuss about your presentation at the end of the session. I think you raised very interesting and important topics, at least, and I can easily share with you, as you are well aware of. But maybe we come to this topic later at the end of our session and continue with Urban Nilsson. Urban Nilsson, good morning.
Good morning.
And before you start, I shall present you very briefly.
Okay.
Urban Nilsson is a conservationist of urban environment and certified expert on cultural significance. He works in Nurens Arkitektkontor AB in Stockholm. Today, Urban Nilsson talks about rock formation as part of living environment and built heritage, and how these formations have been used and maintained as part of the cityscape in Stockholm, and how this heritage is threatened today. You are very welcome to start your presentation, Urban.
Thank you. Is it share also? Is it visible now?
Yes.
Yes, that's good. Okay, let's start. I'm happy to be here in Istanbul, meeting you all, sharing your very interesting fields of work and research. It has been my pleasure indeed to participate this week, walking the streets of Istanbul and Rome. I am Urban Nilsson professionally. I'm a conservationist of built environment. Within the heritage group at Nyréns Architecture Office, I work within several planning processes in Sweden where physical expressions of cultural heritage are at stake. Let me highlight a phenomenon that perhaps many of us are taking for granted: the presence of rock formations as part of the city. This is not a physical reality in every city. An important factor is that the topographical and geological preconditions must be at hand, like it is in Stockholm, which I soon will put in a showcase for you. The shaping of the city through time. Another important factor deciding if the rock has been preserved is the change of the urban fabric and the speed of exchange. The rate of change, the extent of change, and how lasting the process of change has been is crucial. How long is the time span or cycle of change? When have every physical part of the urban fabric been exchanged? We are using the granite bedrock for different purposes, as foundation, as building material, or as here, the rocky hills at Södermalm as points of overviewing the historic inner part of the city. If you have been in Stockholm, this view might be familiar. Maybe your guide talked about the beauty of the island surrounded by water and the bridges spanning the bays. But the islands are, of course, part of the bedrock. Although often hidden, the rock is now and again visible as rock formations of different kinds. As here, of the 1920s channel by Danviken connecting the Baltic Sea and the lake at Hammarby. Or as here at Fåfängan, where the rocky hill, in making it a park, has kept its characteristics as a part of preserved nature. Today, the rock in the cityscape is threatened due to large-scale building projects in the inner city. Therefore, its presence should be noticed as a quality, a resource, and a human experience that carries information about the natural, geographical, and cultural history of the city. It is a reminder of the archipelago, which I think this map from the 19th century shows, and how the city was developed in close interplay with the topography as a phenomenon. It should therefore be integrated as an important precondition in the planning of the city. The survey was commissioned by the City of Stockholm through its planning office and Åsa Dahlin. It was carried through by a colleague of mine, landscape architect Anna Winfrank, and myself. By the way, Anna, you will be able to hear tomorrow in this symposium. The survey deals specifically with Södermalm, one district in the inner city, and it is a sample from the practice of Nyrens in producing cultural heritage surveys. Please bear in mind that it is a rather small study we have done, but the topic is large, so the subject has a lot of potential to develop further. The landscape. The city sits in a rocky archipelago in the intersection in between Lake Mälaren and the Baltic Sea. The roughly north-south oriented ridge in the green is the green line here. Sorry, is the green line here, crossed by fault slopes and water-filled rifts like these north and south of Södermalm. Several ice ages has wrought the landscape and rounded off the bedrock. In prehistoric times, what today is Stockholm lay underwater, and step by step, in a landscape of cracked valleys and fault slopes, it broke through the surface of the water. What today is the Great Lake Mälaren was during the Iron Age a bay of the sea, which stretched right into the inner part of what then was beginning to be shaped as the kingdom Svea rike, later Sverige, Sweden in English. And the waterways was key. And now some historic maps. The location of Stockholm. In between the sea and the lake, the new capital of Sweden was founded in the 13th century. From here, the realm could be defended from enemy fleets. This much later map from 1625 gives you a fairly good picture of what this medieval small town with its organic morphology looked like. And note the hills at Södermalm over here, how they are presented in this map. The 1600s, during the 1640s, the plan of the capital was regulated in the orthogonal fashion of the time, reflecting the king's and the council's aspirations as a warfaring player for power in Europe. Stockholm was redesigned in an attempt to mimic larger cities on the continent. Stockholm also grew in economic importance, much due to the trade of copper, iron, and tar, which was reloaded. In the center of the city, from smaller ships at Mälaren to larger ships at the sea, or Saltsjön, the salty lake, as we say. And can you see my pointer when I'm pointing?
No,
I'm pointing at the wrong picture. Yes, all right. But maybe you can see the hills at Södermalm and the rift that I was talking about, how it is presented in this map. The 1700s and 1800s. This is a detail of a map from 1805 showing Södermalm, which city plan now is regulated, but a large part of the land is cultivated, where cattle and livestock are grazing in the slopes of the rocky hills. Now I think I can point. Here is the cattle grazing. The second half of the 1800s, in Sweden, the industrialization of society accelerated by the 1860s and 70s, and thus the population grew. During several decades, the Lindhagen Plan of 1866 was profoundly influential on how the urban fabric was designed. An Haussmannian perpendicular grid added to the 1600s plan was laid out. The result of flat blasting and cutting the rock can still be experienced on several sites. In its more natural form, the bedrock is also preserved as parks on the rocky hills, where the natural and topographic conditions was a starting point for the design. And this Stockholm tradition started as early as the 1860s. I will point at some of these rocky parks like Tantolunden, Högalidsparken, Skinnarviksberget, and Vita Bergen that I will talk about a bit more later on. Södermalm was for long one of the outskirts of the city, and there was a socio-economic blend of people from rich pre-industrialists to the poorest of poor. During the 1700s, you could find Malmgårdar, a kind of small country houses for the rich, with some sort of early industry attached to it and the small-scale farming. Södermalm, as the part of town where the working class lived, lasted right up until the 1960s. The bedrock and the east-west oriented fault slope made it difficult to access and function as a social threshold. Some of the problems were solved by blasting gateways through the rock, as you can see on these pictures. Here, and here is Katarinavägen. Another way of overcoming the problem was to build lifts. Today, Södermalm, on the other hand, is since long heavily gentrified. Mapping. By making an inventory to study maps and literature, Anna and I identified the hills on Södermalm. Some hills and their historic names does not exist anymore. Some have been reduced and some are preserved to a larger extent. Let's flavor some of the names. Vita Bergen, Åsöberget, Katarinaberget, Tjurberget, Bergsgruvan, Ansgarieberget, Högalidsberget, Skinnarviksberget. What is left today? When we made the inventory, we had to formulate categories to sort the material. So the categories you can see here is rock as part of the larger cityscape, like Erstaklippan here, or rock as part of parks or rocky hill parks as Högalidsparken, Högalidskyrkan. And here rock formations as part of a block. In this case, it's housing. And rock cuttings along streets. This is one of the blasted gateways from the inner city to Södermalm. And one other category is rock as part of walls and stairs. And lastly, rock as part of buildings. And this is a map from the inventory. And here we have the categories again, but this time on a map. Rock as part of the larger cityscape, purple arrows. Rock as part of parks or rocky hill parks, green. Rock formations as part of a block, blue. Rock cuttings along streets, brown. Rock as part of walls and stairs, red. Rock as part of buildings, black. Why is it important as a cultural historian? You ask yourself and explains to other why something have a cultural historic significance. So we used these as a kind of discussing this subject. We used these headlines as city plan regulation with hindrance. That is the history of building the city. Where the archipelago meets the city, that concerns geographical and topographical context. Rock formations in pre-industrial and industrial society, that is societal history. The interplay and struggle in between man and the rock, that is social history. The rationale and technical aspect, that is the history of technology. The rock in the art and as a characteristic of Stockholm has a symbolic value. And if you look at the painting that's by a famous Swedish modernist, Isak Grünewald, there it's very obvious where the cutting of the rock have been made to make space for a harbor. Preservation and misuse, that is a question about authenticity. The bedrock as a finite resource, that has to do with the dualism of representativity and uniqueness. The adapted and as nature preserved rock, that has an environmental quality and value. The cutting make the bedrock visible and tactile. That has to do about reading the city and telling the story of Stockholm. Let's rewind a bit. This is a picture of the method we were using. I have been talking about the mapping and formulating the cultural historic significance as this part of the model for the method. And the next step is to assess proposal for new development. In doing this assessment, we are using a tool, sensitivity and durability to change. And there are three layers or levels rather: high sensitivity, sensitivity, and durability. And here let's look at one example of how we made that. So the example is from one of the rocky hills at Södermalm, that's Vita bergen, as you see on an old map here. So the proposal for developing the plot in the corner Renstjärnas gata, Skånegatan, was at stake here. And here you can see a section from the proposal. So this is Renstjärnas gata, as you can see in a section. To the left, there is the Vita bergen Park.
Urban, you have 2 minutes time.
Yeah, 2 minutes, yes. I will manage, I think. And the same corner of streets you can see here from 1932, when blasting and leveling and broadening the street of Renstjärnas gata. So this is the rock that was concerned. So what we looked at was the site, the proposal, and we made an assessment, and the city made a decision. So the result, and here we have the plot with the rock on it. And often rocks are used like this. It's only rock, so we can paint some waste cans here. Anyway, the site, the proposal, And our assessment was that this site or this rock, this presence of rock had high sensitivity, and the result from the city that was that the rock was preserved, so that this proposal fell. And now to conclude, this survey functioned as an eye-opener at the City of Stockholm Planning Office. It has mattered in the planning process where projects have been refused. In the planning processes, it is now easier to prioritize in between different rock formations, which means that not all rock formations will be preserved, but we're better to prioritize, hopefully. But new knowledge must be updated and brought into policies and routines to be effective. And the final word, the topic can be developed, broadening and deepening it, perhaps in an interdisciplinary academic research project, perhaps by comparing Stockholm to another rocky city. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Urban. That was very interesting, and I think I have a suggestion for you for the last question you had or proposal you had. But we have to go to our next speaker and presentation. Our next presentation is a joint presentation by Mia Åkerfeldt, Anna Wilczynska, Zafrir Feinholz, and the presentation will be presented by Mia Åkerfeldt. Good morning, Mia.
Good morning.
I shall present you very briefly before you start. In her studies, Mia has specialized in the wide range of topics related to history of architecture and cultural heritage. Mia defended her PhD thesis in 2011, and presently she works as a university teacher at the Department of Art History in Åbo Akademi University in Turku, Finland. Today's presentation is based on Mia's postdoctoral studies entitled From Crisis Housing to Cultural Heritage, the Changing Views on Exported Finnish Wooden Houses from the Post-War Decades. You are welcome to start your presentation, Mia.
Thank you. Oh, let's see. Oh, now I think I can start it. I will just, in case, I'll just turn off my own camera, since I at times have a bit of a sort of, well, let's see now, we have it there, stop video. Yeah, an unstable internet connection. So I'll just close my camera. Let's see, there we go. First, I would like to start by thanking the arrangers of this session for including our presentation. Let's see, I think it has, I would need to go back one. It doesn't, there we go. Okay, now I'm ready. Yeah, we were originally scheduled for the Beirut conference last year, so the theme of our presentation will somewhat reflect those premises as well. The presentation is based on research within the project Housing, Prefabrication and Export, Architecture of Reconstruction in Time of Crisis, which we started in 2018. The aim of the project is an interdisciplinary study of mechanisms of housing fabrication, export and construction, and the adaptation and appropriation of the exported housing by inhabitants within the context of reconstruction. Our case is the housing export of the Finnish producer of prefabricated wooden detached housing, Puutalo Oy, mainly between 1940 and 1980. The project has joined together 3 researchers who had previously worked either with the Puutalo houses in the local context or with questions on import of architecture. This presentation, From Crisis Housing to Cultural Heritage, Changing Views on Exported Finnish Wooden Houses from the Post-War Decades, it talks about some of the main questions within the HOPE project, as what kind of image and values does the exported architecture connote today? What role did the buildings play in creating the identities of the local communities? And should the buildings be perceived as a cultural heritage? In the presentation, the focus is on one hand on questions on preservation. What can be deemed as a cultural heritage and what role citizen activism can have in the process, especially when the preservation of objects might be in conflict with city planning and urban development. This aspect is explored through the case of the neighborhood Jasdów in Poland. On the other hand, the presentation discussed the definition of architecture, if and when mass-produced foreign structures can become seen as national architecture and a cultural heritage based on the research on puutalo houses in Israel. To give you some context for the puutalo housing export, I'd like to show this map where the destinations of the puutalo houses are marked, indicating the global span of the activities of the company as early as in the late 1940s. Puutalo was founded in 1940 as a sales organization for Finnish prefabricated wooden housing. They produced mainly detached houses, barracks, and support structures. Since the housing was of a more modest standard than, for instance, the Swedish competitors, Puutalo early on chose to focus on deals with reconstruction areas or areas experiencing swift political changes. The trade was often coordinating by the Finnish Ministry for Foreign Affairs, both as war reparations to the USSR, as parallel trade, as in houses were used as currency in international trade, or through aid organizations. The building types were often designed in Finland, but in collaboration with the receiving countries. At the destination, the buildings often formed separate blocks or housing areas, either in connection to cities or more remote industries. Built cultural heritage is often perceived as architecture of a certain national value. Common criteria often used when defining if a building is a cultural heritage or not are very commonly age, a well-known designer, connection to a famous person, typicality or untypicality. And then we have these more diffuse categories as architectural quality or national value. In the cases of Poland and Israel, the question arises, how to treat the imported architecture within the framework of cultural heritage? In this project, we would argue that when dealing with this type of material, it's the historical relevance, not the great architecture, which is what can be understood as worth preserving. However, this aspect can be found as challenging to argue when the interest of the inhabitants might clash with governments or cities' plans for developing urban areas. The Jasdów settlement is a colony of small rural wooden houses in Warsaw with little gardens located in the green area near the Polish parliament and foreign embassies. This first case presents the story of the battle between inhabitants of houses and the city for the recognition of this settlement as a part of heritage in order to keep it for cultural and historical purposes and save it from demolition. The majority of Finnish prefabricated buildings that were sent to Poland, they came in 1947 and 1948, and they went mainly to mining areas in the south. As the country had just started to recover from the war devastations, the agreement was made to pay Finland for the houses with coal. In the case of Warsaw, the USSR sent 407 houses in 1945 as a gift. From these houses, some neighborhoods were created, designed as habitation units, fully equipped with all services, enhancing a creation of a local community. Here we have, for instance, houses of metsäkoto and paivakoto types that were sent, originally aimed at the Finnish market, and they were designated for families of the working class, for instance, workers of the Warsaw Reconstruction Office. And in the following years, a large amount of trees were planted in the area, creating a green enclave with rural-style one-family houses. According to plans, these houses were a temporary solution for the housing shortage and were supposed to be deconstructed first in 1955, in 67 to 71, and so on. There were many of these schemes to rebuild the area with more efficient housing. But then finally in 2011, the municipality of Warsaw decided to sell the land. At the time, some of the houses had already been demolished, creating a space for instance, the French and German embassy, as well as for construction of a main city road. However, during these years, many of the houses became not only a place for families, but the area grew into a strong community. When the Warsaw city plans for demolishing the area came up in public, it became a space of activism as well, including cultural activities like concerts, community gardens, workshops, and so on. The community vigorously opposed the demolition plans, and in 2014, the efforts came to effect as a public consultation process was carried out, and the place became a landmark for an alternative social, ecological, and economical model for the city making in Warsaw. And moreover, in 2017, the settlement, like the complete area, became a part of the monument registry. The result of the process was also the dissemination of information on the houses, developing websites and guidelines for the area, which now can be used as model for similar situation. And the process of including these houses in the local view on cultural heritage is also starting to have an effect on other of the areas with Finnish houses in Poland. For instance, there are two Puutalo houses in one of the biggest parks in Warsaw, and they are now included in a protection program, included in an architectural competition for developing the area. In the second example, the perception of the Puutalo houses in Israel show the possibilities which broadening the scope of research in national architecture can contribute with. Traditionally, we have architecture defined in a Vitruvian manner as the art of building. And generally, this has led to a focus on high-profile buildings and well-known architects, selected mainly from a Eurocentric perspective. Structures as the Puutalo houses have rarely been included in the definition of architecture, but rather categorized as buildings. However, if treating the Puutalo houses as architecture methodologically, this makes it possible to take into consideration the visual aspects of the buildings and the relation to the surrounding landscape, enabling a broader understanding of the function as markers of identity for the inhabitants. Again, if you treat them as mere buildings, the focus in examination would more likely be on sociological or ethnographic descriptions of the area and their inhabitants, excluding a possible methodology related to perception of the visual and spatial values of the buildings. In 1948, the State of Israel was founded, and with its founding, the new war-stricken land found itself in the midst of a housing crisis. The crisis was a result of mass migration of Jewish refugees to the country. These immigrants, some Holocaust survivors from Europe, others fleeing their former homes in the Middle East, came with very little possessions or finance and had to be housed and cared for. The pressing need for lodgings forced the Israeli government to find solutions for temporary housing solutions. And in the archives, it's possible to discover the mechanisms behind the large-scale operation that connected Finnish housing producers with the Israeli government. Via the Puutalo company, thousands of prefabricated houses were imported to Israel, as well as a hospital and other public buildings. The Israeli import was done through diplomatic relations with the Finnish government, and since Israel could not afford to pay with money for the houses, many of them were purchased through the method of parallel trade, paying for houses by exporting citrus to Finland. So as well as in the Polish case, we saw coal was used as currency. Because of the financial difficulties in the Israeli authorities tended to try and reduce the cost of the houses. In the State Archive, one can find how models that were ordered from Finland were asked to not include some of the original features, sometimes even the floors and the roofs, in order to reduce the costs, which resulted in reduced quality of these houses. The houses imported were in most cases sent to temporary transition camps called Mabara and to new agricultural settlements, most of them socialist in structure, such as kibbutz, a commune, and moshav, a cooperative village. And later, some were sent to be used for building what were supposed to be temporary neighborhoods. The arrival in great quantity of those houses, which were often called Finnish houses or Swedish houses, and their significant part in the early days of the state marked the lives of many inhabitants, whether they came from Libya, Poland, or elsewhere. And for many refugees, these houses were their first home in a new land and became a sort of a first manifest of their new home country. And yet, this period and the impact of the prefabricated architecture has gained very little attention in Israel's architectural historiography. One may find the reason for this neglect, first of all, in the emphasis in Israeli historiography on the rise of local modernist Zionist architecture and its connection to European avant-garde, especially with the so-called Bauhaus architecture. Built as temporary buildings and manufactured outside Israel, the Finnish houses with their foreign materiality stood outside what was to be the right national architecture for Israel, and many of these prefabs were dismantled. But against all the odds, some of them survived, and in the history of the people who used them and inhabited them, they're still important symbols of resilience in confronting hardship and a beloved symbol of the country's early days. Understanding the function of these houses will allow to reassess the cultural heritage of these houses and to bring forth stories which were until now marginalized. The cases of Jastov and Israel show that despite that the Puutalo houses would not fulfill the traditional definitions of architectural or cultural heritage, they raise important questions on the processes behind preservation of structures connected to the lives of regular people. Both cases show different sides of the cultural heritage process. In Jastov, the inhabitants organized themselves and raised awareness about their neighborhood, challenging the city planning process, which had deemed the area of no architectural or cultural value. In Israel, the process of a possible re-evaluation is only starting, since the Finnish housing has not previously been included in the national architectural narrative. Meanwhile, the remaining houses are threatened by plans for area development or just plain neglect. One of the issues the cases raise is a reminder of the importance of considering diversity in the process of selection in cultural heritages. Despite these buildings representing mass-produced foreign architecture, they still can be understood as a cultural heritage from the point of view of the users. This further stressed the need for assessing values that are harder to pinpoint than just the traditional age, design, or connection to famous persons or historic events when discussing preservation of buildings, especially in relation to urban development. If these buildings are only seen for their architectural value, of course, it's an easy choice to demolish the areas when developing an urban area, rebuilding it with something more efficient. What the Puutalo houses also exemplify is the need for keeping a broad perspective when discussing what is architecture or what is not. The buildings do challenge the concept of architecture. Can prefabricated wooden detached houses be incorporated here? The key in the case of the Puutalo houses lie in the relationship with their users, the inhabitants, their stories, telling about life during certain times of nation building or coping with crises. And it's from this perspective, looking at these buildings' roles at home and shelters for the inhabitants, where the importance of the structure from a perspective of cultural heritage can be found. So to conclude, we can say we found that the Puutalo story, it allows us to test the boundaries of cultural heritage beyond the national frontiers, to reassess the relation between manufacturing and inhabiting, and to reevaluate the role of the prefabricated cultural import in buildings representing the most mundane and yet the most symbolic of creations, the home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mia. That was very interesting. And you raised really important questions. I'm sure that we can discuss all this later, because I think the papers by now, they all share sort of same central question about importance and significance of heritage. We have talked about archaeological and environmental and now built heritage. But let's discuss later at the end of our session, and we go to our next speaker, Anrine Nielsen from Sweden. Hello, Anrine. Anrine, are you there? Anrine, you're possibly muted.
You're not muted, but we cannot hear you.
It's not muted, but you might need to choose the output, like select a microphone. There's a arrow just next to the mute button. You click that and you say select a microphone, and probably you'll see a headphone there. We cannot hear you.
Maybe in the meantime, if it's okay for you, we can go to our next presenter, and in the breakout room, we can try to solve this issue with Anrine.
Okay. So Anrine, we will back.
You muted
Try
now.
again, Anrine. Try again. Unmute yourself now. No, unmute yourself.
Can you hear
now.
me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now we can hear you.
Without the microphone or the.
So you are very welcome, Anrine. Nice to hear you. And let me present you before you start. You can see Anrine's abstract and bio on the screen. Anrine Nielsen got her PhD in archaeology at the University of Gothenburg and has specialized herself in historical urban buildings and early modern towns. Furthermore, she's interested in questions about marginality, periphery-center relationship, and transatlantic slave trade. And today, she's giving us a presentation about timber buildings with the title On the Prevalence of Timber Framing in Central Sweden. Originally, this presentation was meant for another session, Archaeology, Architecture, Survey, Restoration and Design, but I'm sure that we all enjoy having a paper in this session as well. You are very welcome to start your presentation, Anrine.
Thank you. You have to stop sharing screen then, Lisa. Yes. Can you all see it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I would like to talk to you about the prevalence of timber framing in central Sweden. Timber frame developed in the medieval period in many parts of Europe. It came into use somewhere between the 13th and the 15th century, some parts even perhaps in the 12th century. The building technique has of course been prehistoric roots, but the medieval urban design of these houses differs from the prehistoric building culture. There seems to be a consensus in Sweden that timber framing is a foreign building construction and an anomaly outside the former Danish provinces of Skåne and Halland, which you can see here. This is Sweden, and these two, actually all the way up here, are the provinces Skåne, and this is Halland. And as you can see here in this quote, that they even thought that the timber framing traditions ended at Halmstad, which is around here. But I was questioning whether this was true. Did it really only exist in these parts? So I wanted to focus on central Sweden. And when I say central Sweden, you know, geographically that would be up here, central Sweden, but I'm talking about where most people live. So the mostly densely populated part of Sweden is this part. And I wanted to investigate whether it could be found in that area. I didn't know what to find at the start of the project. I kept an open mind and I set out to find as many or any examples of this building technique as I could find.
I started to investigate quite widely, searching for the web for photos and evidence of preserved buildings, museum databases, contract archaeological reports, historical images, drawings, historical records, etc. And this is what I could find in this limited study. This is not statistical data, but rather an indication of the potential for further investigation. The study is based on Konrad Bredal's concepts of room spatial level, thus internal structure and layout, the constructional level, which refers to building technique and construction, and the social structure helps to understand the context and human relations to the built form, while the functional level tells of how the building was used and how it was modified. And these are concepts that are well adapted to understand and interpret spatial, social, and structural practices within the built environment. I found 21 archaeological reports, some with compelling evidence of timber framing, some with very little evidence, some just mentions historical documentation regarding timber framing in the area or on site. Turns out that timber frame structure seems to preserve quite badly in the Swedish soil compared to, for example, log timber buildings. Another issue is the expectations from the archaeologist's part. If they don't expect to find timber framing in the geographical area where they are excavating, they might also lack the ability to spot evidence of it. And this is what it can look like in the field. This is an unusually well-preserved evidence of timber framing. And this is from Stockholm. This is a plan from a house from the 17th century in Gothenburg, where the main part of the building that's been excavated is in log timber with a corner fireplace. This is where the family lived. And then there's been an extension here, or an entrance perhaps to the building, which might be an indication of timber framing. There was also brick and plaster and daub found around here. So this is what a building could look like when it comes to timber framing in Sweden. These are just a few examples. So I found these photos of preserved buildings. This photo I've taken myself of houses. Some of these photos are, of course, of houses that has been demolished now, but been photographed at some point. So these are dwellings, and this is a shop in the front room. This is a warehouse, barn, a church, and this is the church without the plaster. This is the same building. And this is a parish where the congregation would meet after the church services to have coffee and that. I was very interested in function. So the function of timber frame buildings displays a wide variety of uses. It also evidences its use within all levels of society, evidenced by the I've written castle here, but that's what we call it in Sweden, but you could say manor house perhaps instead, because it's not fortified. Dwellings were clearly the most common, followed by warehouses and sheds for various aims, and the technique has been used in building related to the burgage plot, like dwellings, barns, stables, cowsheds, and houses, privies, workshops. It also used in buildings related to proto-industries like bakery, tannery, slaughterhouse, glassworks. Another area is institutions such as the church, the parish, the town hall, city gates, pubs. It also used to be used as inner walls in houses constructed in other main building techniques. Many houses had more than one area function, like you see here, dwelling, shop, dwelling, pub, stable, tool shed, haymow, bakery, brewery, and so on. And this is evidence of a row of houses built together with different functions. And it was common to build in multiple techniques in one house. And I would say that this diversity in function is further evidence that this was a well-integrated building technique and not an anomaly, as has been previously discussed. These are, as an archaeologist, I'm interested in how many stories a building used to have. And this is notoriously difficult to pinpoint in Swedish archaeology, dealing with mostly buildings built in timber with very little physical evidence above ground, like we usually just find the floor and maybe just very small part of the wall. Nothing like you see in the Mediterranean areas. So through various records used in this study, like photos, drawings, and historical records, I managed to find that 1 to 3.5 story timber frame buildings contributed to the townscape. But when we talk about height, it's also important to remember size and shape of the building. Like these buildings all show houses of 2 to 2.5 stories, but they clearly are very different in size and shape. Like this is the manor house I was talking about. This is now the embassy for the Vietnamese government in Stockholm. This is a big house. And this is just a more normal dwelling from the 16th century. This was built in the 17th century. This is an 18th century house in Stockholm with plaster. And then this really, really long building in Västerås. Another interesting design feature is buildings with jetties. And a jetty is, like you see here in the, is when the first floor protrudes slightly from the ground floor. So it's slightly bigger, as you can see here, comes out. Jetties were widely used throughout Western Europe, and both log timber buildings like this one and timber frame buildings. It does seem as though jetties were foremost used for residential houses. There are many examples of the use of jetties in houses of mixed building techniques though. Jetties are a bit odd as a phenomenon, and the aims and origins behind them have not been fully determined. Here's another house with jetty, like you see here, and actually here and here. When building a house, there are several choices to think through regarding properties of the construction method. Considerations could be given to function, aesthetics, tradition, installation, skill, influence, modernity, time consumption for construction or fire safety, among other things. Thus, by choosing a mix of techniques in the construction, the properties of each individual section might be optimized and used to the owner's advantage. So you see here, you have a log timber building with a gable end in timber framing. And you see here, this is a stone house from the beginning, 13th century stone house in Visby. And these parts were added in the 17th century with log timber and then timber framing. And again, this is the image from Gothenburg with the archaeological evidence of a mixed technique. When building a house, there are several choices to think through regarding properties of the construction method. Considerations should be given to function, aesthetics. Oh, sorry, I already said that. Like the infill. When it comes to timber frame, and of course you can fill it, the walls with different materials. So brick is quite common, but then you have stone, logs and clay that you see here. You have wattle and dope, or limestone. I don't have an image of that. And then they have bricks, logs and clay. Or stone, logs and clay, where you see here, stone and brick, or you have another largely unknown part. So this is sun-dried sawdust with clay and sawdust sun-dried, and these are potentially good for insulation, which is important in a cold country. So this is another issue for archaeologists because there are so many types of infills that you can use that it might be difficult to recognize all of them. And this needs to be further discussed, I think. Another issue that makes it difficult to recognize the timber framing is because they're hidden behind paneling or plaster, which is quite common. And this is from a coastal region where everyone I talked to has said there's no timber framing in Bohuslän, which is the west coast of Sweden. This is a coastal town. And of course, this is probably a log timber house, and this is a timber framed house, and you can't tell the difference before you go into behind the paneling and look at the walls. So it sort of doesn't really make you think that it's anything different. The same thing here, you use plaster to cover the building, and you can slightly tell that there's a timber frame stables in the Stockholm area. Yeah, you talk about anomalies and tricks of the mind and lost memories. The memory of the wider Swedish timber framing tradition has been wiped out through urban fires, several waves of building following demolition of urban townscapes combined with timber frame buildings hidden behind plaster and paneling. The missing manifestation of the built environment after various episodes of demolition has had an impact on our memory, identity, and understanding thereof. This shows how important it is not to demolish buildings indiscriminately, but to take a moment to assess the impact of removal. And Sweden has demolished an enormous amount of houses. So this, to explore further the source material that I've used to in this study, these are drawings, masterpieces for students of architecture of timber frame houses from the 17th century, found in the attic of the town hall in Kalmar. Whether these drawings stayed on paper or were built, I do not know, but they do tell about visions of the architects and timber framing in society. And it is an interesting source material to tap into. This is further evidence, historical documentation. These are just two examples. The tax register from Stockholm, for example, from 1582. There were 711 houses in Old Town Stockholm, and 92 of them were built in timber framing. So it's quite a large section of the total amount of houses. There are also numerous mentions of timber framed houses in Gothenburg, and you can find that in probate inventories and fire insurance records. Olga Dahl has made a database available online where you can, where she has transcribed these historic records. So what about dating? So there are some early evidence of timber framing within the archaeological record. The evidence gets stronger from the 14th century with good supported data from the town near Lödöse, which you will hear more about later in the session. Timber frame buildings from the 1500s are also visible in the photographic evidence and the historical records, as well as from contemporary artwork. There are examples of timber frame buildings all over the investigated region from the 1500s to the 1800s. The 1900s seems to be an end of the timber framing as a generic construction method in the investigated area. There are also 10 undated buildings in the photographic evidence, most of which almost certainly belongs to the 18th century and the 1900s. However, this is not to be considered statistical, but more research is needed for that, and yet it's evidence of existence, which was the original question. Previous research has seen timber framing as a technique belonging to and restricted to the southern deciduous forest in light green, with mainly beech and oak woods, supporting the idea of constricting timber framing to the provinces Skåne and Halland, as I mentioned earlier. my hypothesis is that the southern coniferous forest in dark green should also be added to this list, to the mapping, with a mix of pine, beech, and ash and elm woods. These two regions compares well with the distribution of timber frame buildings in the study. So rather than seeing this as a typical village technique for areas where there are not a lot of wood or timber, this is not entirely true. And if you compare this to my investigated area, they compare quite well. The government saw timber frame buildings as slightly more fireproof than long timber buildings, and encouraged people to choose timber framing in urban environments in the 17th and 18th centuries. However, after some tragic accidents concerning the fire and falling bricks, a decision was made to ban or put restrictions on timber frame buildings in towns. In summary, all the loss in numbers and hidden away behind plaster and paneling has had an impact on our communal memory and idea of the historic landscape of central Sweden. And I should say that I found evidence of this building technique both in the countryside and in towns. So conclusions. Has central Sweden a timber framing tradition? Yes, it has. Evidence of timber framing from the 1200s, or at least from the 1400s to present day, shows a long-lasting domestic tradition. The many functions of this technique, field and its use by all levels of society, contributes to the conclusion that timber framing was a regular building technique and not an anomaly. And I should say it's a well-integrated building technique within society, and not to be seen as something with an foreign, like a foreigners live there. This is a house where a Danish or a German person live. That's not, you can't simplify it as that. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Andrine. You were perfectly in time, and that was very interesting presentation as well. And,
thank you.
As already said, we will get back to the discussion and questions and comments at the end of the session. And we will go to our next speaker, Luca Placci. Hello, Luca.
Good morning to everybody.
And here we have Luca's abstract and biography. And Luca Placci is a doctoral student in history of architecture at the Department of Architecture at Università degli Studi di Firenze. At the moment, he is researching on Alvar Aalto's early work with a focus on the project of the Florence in Finland. And his presentation is based on these ongoing studies with the title Alvar Aalto and the Florence in the North, Visions, Realizations and Utopia in Early 1920s Finland. You are very welcome to start your presentation, Luca.
Thank you. I share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes,
Yep, we can see.
Great.
Yes.
So thanks for the introduction. And as you said, today I would like to survey the first case study of city planning developed by a young Alvar Aalto. Specifically between 1923 and 1927, the architect entertained the ambition to turn the center of Jyväskylä, the new state capital of central Finland, into a version of the Florence of Finland. Unquestionably, he was convinced that the project, once realized, would have brought benefits to his 3,000 citizens. A sort of a neo-Renaissance dream would have woken them up from their frugal reality. The designer believed that who could boast to live in a refined environment could also experience the highest level of civilization, such as the real happiness which once belonged to the people of the Renaissance. As a student, Aalto was inclined to initiate a rising Nordic rebirth, encouraged by the examples of Ragnar Ösberg and Martin Nyrop, who designed the two most admired city halls in Scandinavia. In autumn 1916, Aalto moved to Helsinki to undertake his studies in architecture at the Institute of Technology. Helsinki appeared to him as a superb cosmopolitan scenery with its wide and crowded boulevards, its parks and monumental buildings such as those designed by Carl Ludwig Engel, which amplified the cityscape. As an early draft by Aalto himself, that was roughed out during his first flight, shows Esplanade area from an unusual perspective, so that it looks like a praise which reflects the regularity of the urban chessboard. This drawing intimates Aalto's early notions of city planning, as he was not just impressing the panorama, but he expressed his wish to modify the city from above. Moreover, at the same time, his professors focused on the study of history and classical antiquities, right when the young Finland was in search of its own architectural identity. Some of their students will point out that they were pumped up like balloons and filled with everything that could be drawn from the early history of architecture. However, thanks to the professors, the young generations considered the Italian excursions a conditio sine qua non for their future profession. This included Alvar Aalto and Aino Marcio, who shared the vision of the Nordic classicism. The Aalto's honeymoon in the promised land of their studies in 1924 inspired Aalto's to a point that he elected it as his ideal fatherland. He estimated Italy the cradle of sources of inspiration to which looked deliberately for his work for the early decades of his career. What made the couple most struck down through the examination of their travel sketches and photo album enriched with impressions captured abroad. So we discern the portraits of the Italians whom they met up along the Calli in Venezia, and it seems that the Italians could be equally considered significant as the facades of the buildings they impressed on the following sheets, to give a true perception of the southern lively atmosphere. This remained a critical fact for Aalto, who always took into account men in the context of architecture and the city. During this trip, the architect took synthetic notes about the early Renaissance monuments which he had previously studied on books, and then reflected in his contemporary works. Albeit in Italy, he did not make reliefs. He was mainly captivated by the fleeting impressions and by the scrutiny of the anonymous vernacular buildings. The morphology and the top hill villages seen in Tuscany soon became his first religion, as his biographer defined them. In addition, the love for Italy at that time was in full swing on the pages of Architecti, the Finnish architectural review, neither to reinforce any dogmatic vision, nor to fix a proper model. On the contrary, the peninsula was described as the non plus ultra of the harmony entwined between man and nature, an iconic stop for the travelers who got the opportunity to toast with a glass of Chianti to the prohibition of their home countries. Professor Roger Connan captured this enthusiasm for Italy by describing it as the land that is not. Once back home, the young architect conveyed the necessity to give a human touch to, I quote Aalto himself, the austere Finland dominated by cold and police. The Finnish architect Erik Brugman, once back from the same formative excursion, acclaimed the South as something more than Piazza San Pietro or cities rich in museums. With this background in mind, 2 years after his graduation, Alvar Aalto moved back to Jyväskylä, where he was brought up. There, in 1923, he established his Atelier of Architecture and Monumental Art, and by reading between the lines, the choice of routing back to the remote inland was strategically more profitable with little other business competitions, and what's more, he could count on his father's contacts as he was an esteemed member of the local council. The small town was modeled on the neoclassical plan which had been elaborated by Engel and Boring in 1837 at the moment of the foundation of the center on the shore of Jyväsjärvi, the water lane which definitely was the most efficient connection in the lakeland. Although its location, the town soon became a center of attraction for carpenters and entrepreneurs with their families, including the Aaltos, who settled down when Alvar was only 5. The atmosphere of the old days is reported by a journalist who stopped there in 1859. He wrote, "Signs of artisans line the walls. The market square is larger than those found elsewhere except in Porvoo. I had just arrived in my accommodation when a barrel organ started playing under my window. You don't get more Parisian than that. In addition, the first educational institute for teachers was opened at that time, and Finnish was the only official language in use, while Swedish or Russian were still commonly spoken at school. This gave the chance to all the citizens to have access to higher education when the Grand Duchy of Finland was still part of the Tsar's empire. After that, the city was known as the Athens of Finland, a facetious title which marked its metamorphosis from an ordinary reality to a solid democratic and commercial hub, right where Alvar Aalto will design in the 50s the new university campus. Nonetheless, 3 decades before that moment, he found a favorable pretext for his aspirations to give his homeland a new architectural image, in the hope the citizens harbored of having their own town promoted to the rank of capital of a new province. It is commonly accepted that Alvar Aalto struggled to import the Mediterranean aura through individual interventions, which could have determined a new aspect of the city center. As an outcome of this ambition, he would have encouraged the sociality through his projects. Despite this propaganda on the local newspapers, the proposals for the design of the civic spaces were judged excessively eccentric, revolutionary, and expensive for such a small community. Little else remains regarding these drawings on account of the absence of interest reserved by the critics, who were mostly dedicated to studying Aalto's mature works. Moreover, in his old age, Aalto himself hid his early proposals as he didn't feel confident with what he referred to be a youthful indiscretion. Except this damnatio memoriae, they are pivotal to clarify his initial vision about architecture and urban planning, especially in this small city. An extract of the time elucidates his juvenile intentions. One finds real gems in Italy and Southern Europe. Not an inch of ground remains intact, yet no one can complain of a lack of scenic beauty. Central Finland frequently reminds one of Tuscany, the homeland of town built on hills, which should provide an indication of how beautiful our province could be if built up properly. The text was clearly born in the grasp of the designer and leaves no room for doubts about his future goals of remodeling the landscape. He struggled to find any resemblance between the two realities by showing some of his projects. For instance, the reminiscence of the Borghi emerges in the statement for the Church of Muurame, presented in a rather idealistic view, Tuscan perspective view, in the morphology of the gentle Finnish hills, by locating it and its campanile on the top of a sort of a dreamy mountain, like the province of the Alps is sketched on his way to the south. In reality, the readers of Uusi Suomi, the New Finland, should have considered them hilarious as they knew the real site. In the same way, he compared the glacier hillock which determines the northern limit of Jyväskylä to the mountain vineyards of Fiesole, involved in his Italianate fantasies. On account of this spirit, the town was seen as an idyllic testing ground. Alvar Aalto inaugurated the architectonic research about a much more sociable urban prospect, so he was convinced that the possible welfare state of his citizens would have been impacted by the choreography and the new urban design. About this, we could agree with the historian Riitta Niikula, who observed that Aalto's stay in Italy gave him background to Jyväskylä's contemporary problems. However, it's also true that the architect began thinking about altering the town since a year before the trip, as demonstrated by these documents collected at the municipal archives, dated back to October 1923. At the demand of the city council, the architect speculated 3 scenarios for the main square, which stood in the middle of Engels' castrum. These hypotheses let us consider that he tried to confirm his beliefs. One of the surest criteria which enables us to evaluate the cultural level of a modern town is its market square, he wrote in the same year. The first draft focuses the concept of setting up two identical buildings here that would have anchored the southern side of the forum, respecting traditional Hanseatic rules, with the market standing next to the church and the town hall. Nevertheless, in the second proposal, a bigger market hall was positioned on the corner between the street and the square itself, similar to the ones in Helsinki, Kuopio, and Turku. While in the third one, Aalto suggested to move the market by the harbor. In the statement, the young architect tried to convince the members of the city board about the advantages which would have derived from every of these schemes. The tenacity of present three options sets a pattern for the rest of his career, where he didn't shy away from creating multiple proposals for the various competitions. Finally, it was decreed that the market square would have been set in the previous school plaza, which looked like a vast irregular space at the feet of Harju Hill, and the church square remained intact, as we can see from this photograph. The plan is about the redesign of the new market square, a wide squared patio surrounded by a poplar park on a side, due to highlight the constant dream of the Mediterranean boulevards, or, as the architect himself suggested, a mini Hyde Park. The spotlight on this plan brings to the light Aalto's intention to rectify the irregular shape of the site with a classical porch, as he saw in Italy beforehand. Meanwhile, the portico works as a filter between the city and the inner paved area, and it would also protect the market stalls under its structure, presumably made of wood due to practical reasons. Even though the monumental scale of the plan is idiosyncratic compared to the rest, to the wooden buildings of our neighborhood, it pretends to evoke a classical stoa. It can also be the result of personal reminiscences, such as the sketches of the cloister of the monastery of San Marco, or he had in mind Piazza Annunziata, both in Florence, or moreover, Piazza delle Erbe in Padua. Overall, an aspiration to rebrand the town into an established city with prominence. About the archaeological and aesthetic research, in the perspective view of the market square, Aalto envisaged to install a monumental horse drinking trough, somehow similar to the well in Pienza. A Christmas card sent by the Aaltos to Erik Brugman in 1924 emphasizes their hope in the realization of the project within the incoming autumn. Unfortunately, the story went different because it was rejected. On the other hand, a year later, Brugman sketched a similar project in China Inc. for Turku's Market Square by demonstrating a common vision with them. But nothing was lost in Jyväskylä. In fact, the open market was moved to the new location in 1927. Only a small classical temple-like building was implemented for the meat inspections and was in use until the 60s when it was pulled down by ignoring its designer's identity. Still, the executive plans are not even collected at the archives of the Aalto Foundation, but in the regional ones. As seen until now, the antiquities played a crucial role in his classical season, but here Alvar Aalto touched the limit of blasphemy by using a classical temple as a model for a practical use. He considered classicism as an extended catalogue of forms and spatial solutions, and adapted its element to his personal aesthetic and performing demands. With the intention of carrying out a Gesamtkunstwerk, Aalto realized the gas station and a newspaper kiosk like mini temples decorated with unusual Pompeian ornaments in bright colors, as meanwhile Gunnar Asplund was doing the same in Sweden. Aalto's infatuation for the use of porticos and arches for him as a peculiarity of the Western tradition is a constant in civic buildings, villas, but also in parish churches, funeral chapels, and even in a public sauna, which he imagined to be modeled in a clear archaeological style based on the Roman bath. In fact, the pavilion for the annual Song Festival, which had been assembled in Jyväskylä's park in summer 1924, reflects this relish without damaging the native flora, as Aalto realized this transient gate by using cardboard and buttons. 2 years after, 2 years later, observing his personal mission for this sort of renovatio urbis, the architect drew up this monumental central plan, which would have been integrated in the urban chessboard. Indeed, he focused on the system of squares and tree-lined avenues diagonally in the grid. In emphasizing the impression of an urbanization extended in the course of the decades and not planned at once, he praised the architect Gustav Strengel, who asserted that the urban formalism was a product of the historical events and not derived by the taste of the citizens. Alt envisaged to decorate the churchyard with a mosaic paving and with a formal garden, which would have enhanced this religious acropolis of his ideal city. Another assignment which he proposed in the plan was a third square flanked by twin buildings, forming a monumental gate accessible for those who came from northeast. It is probably a sort of a reflection of the images of the twin churches in Piazza del Popolo in Rome, with which he was familiar since his school days. Furthermore, we also notice that it displays a penchant for monumentality, a reminiscence of Bertil Jung and Eliel Saarinen's proposals for the Helsinki Plan. To conclude, we can assert that through these projects, the young Alvar Aalto developed the traditional Nordic vision by deliberately looking towards the south, as he wrote. We can, with open eyes, absorb impressions from old Italy, Spain, and the New America. His intention to push the new civilized Finland into the Western orbit takes a political meaning, while converging different traditions tracked down in his early works. In accordance with this lingering Renaissance dream, the past was a promise for the future, so that the notion of usable past is the result of pragmatic reasons, which guided him to dream the utopian Nordic buon governo. As a matter of fact, once he wrote, those interventions would turn the center into a pleasant heaven. In Jyväskylä, he took his first professional steps as an architect and as a cultural mentor whose mission was to contribute in creating a better choreography to establish the realm of human happiness and utilize his position in his job to enhance the development of a modern country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca. That was very interesting, and you are also well in time. There's 1 minute left, but since we have our discussion, we can share our thoughts with you at the end of the session. And the last speaker of this session is Maitri Dore. Hello, Maitri, are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Maitri Dore, you can see her abstract and title and a short bio on the screen, but I will summarize the bio of Maitri. Maitri Dore is a PhD candidate at the Department of Conservation, University of Gothenburg, Sweden. Maitri has a bachelor's degree in architecture and master's degree in urban studies, and has also worked in architectural practice. Her doctoral thesis focuses on how cultural heritage is dealt with in major infrastructure projects in Sweden and India, with case studies from Gothenburg and Mumbai. The presentation today is based on the other case study in Sweden and titled Heritage Making in Changing Environments, the use of archaeology in the West Link infrastructure project, Gothenburg. You are very welcome to start your presentation, Maitri.
Thank you. I'll share my screen. Okay, so you can see my screen, right? I'll switch off my video just in case there are problems with the internet. Okay, so my presentation is titled Heritage Making in Changing Environments. And as mentioned, I'm a PhD student at the University of Gothenburg. My project is funded by the Heriland Marie Curie program, which is what I'm doing this project as part of. So I'll be talking today about a part of my research, which is about the use of archaeology in the Westlink infrastructure project in Gothenburg. So I'll just tell you a little bit about the overall aim of my thesis, which is to draw links between academia and policy and empirical data, and see how public actors and institutions mobilize academic and policy discourses in heritage planning in infrastructure projects particularly. And so today I'm looking at the West Link, which is a major infrastructure project in Sweden, to see how various actors, two actors in particular, approach the archaeological heritage in storytelling about the city of Gothenburg and to contextualize that within critical heritage theory. So the West Link, a little bit about it. It's an ongoing railway extension project. It snakes through the city, going through these various cultural heritage sites, which have the national interest listing, which is the listing by Cultural and Environmental Law in Sweden. This is parts of the old city, and the Swedish Transport Administration, which is the STA, is responsible for the planning and implementation of this train tunnel, the West Link. And the project is seen as a threat to the national interest, which consists of 17th century fortifications, ancient agricultural properties, and historical parks, which are marked here in as 1, 2, 3, and 4. And because of this, because of it being perceived as a threat to the national interest, the government instituted this condition called Condition 1, which has to be fulfilled by the STA, the Swedish Transport Administration. And they have to minimize damage to the national interest and further strengthen it as per other agreements that they entered into with the city of Gothenburg. So the Condition 1 stated that there will be these 4 consultative parties, which is the STA, the city of Gothenburg, and regional and national bodies, that is the County Administrative Board and the National Heritage Board. So in my presentation, I mainly discuss the proposals from the City Museum, which is the cultural arm of the city of Gothenburg, and the STA, who is mandated to fulfill this Condition 1. And I mainly talk about areas 1 and 2, which are under discussion right now and where a lot of the digging is taking place. I think you can see my mouse, you can see the West Link snaking through the city. And so 1 is Skansen Leonet, which is this fortified defense structure, and 2 is the former fortified city. So you can see Skansen Leonet over here, and this map shows you the last known plan of the city before the demolition of the fortifications. And on the bottom right, you can see how the fortified city looks today. So the West Link is important because it affects this national interest. And just to give you an idea of why this is a national interest, the motivation for it is because it's Sweden's gateway to the West, and it was a strategic location for shipping, trade, and defense. And it was one of the foremost examples of 17th century urban planning and fortification. So it's considered to be truly a national treasure. So as for some of the remains that have been found along the stretch during excavations, I'll just present some of those before we get into the proposals and visions of these 2 actors. So at Skansen Leonet, which is over here, circled in blue and looks like this, it's perched on a hill, and the West Link goes through the hill that it's seated on. And some of the remains range from small items like beer taps and the sundial, and also large structures, remnants of structures like these stairs and this part of a roof that has been unearthed in the digs. Along the river front, the West Link excavations have yielded these city walls. As you can see on the map, the yellow shows the tracing, shows the former fortifications, and this black portion shows where it's remaining right now over ground. So there's very little of the fortifications over ground today. And the digs have also yielded these porcelain and ceramic objects and entire boat wrecks. So there are 8 of these boats that have come out of the digs. Then at this area, Haga, which is at the southern edge of the fortifications, you have these tiles that have come out. And so I haven't presented everything because I'm going to focus on some of the items, the objects that will be used in the proposals for strengthening the story of Gothenburg and for telling the story of the national interest. So as for my methodology, it's about how I go about analyzing the use of the finds by these 2 parties. And so I'm trying to understand what role these digs, the finds have, and what role the heritage plays in general in the approach of the parties, and how this reflects the theories on heritage and its management. So everything is based on proposals at this stage, and what the data has been collected mostly through interviews. 2 interviews each with the Swedish Transport Administration and the City Museum have been used in this, and various documents produced by these 2 organizations, as well as PowerPoint presentations. And the literature is mostly from the critical heritage canon, and I will explain how they're applicable in the use of archaeology in this project. And what I should add is I have access to people at these organizations, because as part of my Heriland project, I'm doing secondments with them. So I'm very grateful to them for giving me their time and knowledge so that I can do my research. So the findings are divided into and analyzed within 6 strains. So one is what the story is that they want to tell, how they're telling the story, and how the story is in some ways in return for causing damage and for taking heritage away as it's understood by the organizations. And then they also, in what ways do they try to reveal the finds, and also the use of the finds in architecture and art wherein they're trying to be incorporated, and also means of storytelling without using the actual material finds. So the story that is being told is one of Gothenburg as a prime spot in the city, and this is based on how it was a 17th century harbor and Sweden's supremacy as a seafaring power, and all of this is based on the national interest listing, which is safeguarded further by this legal instrument called Condition 1. So it's being told in a largely neutral manner, and it's established as being important, and it's quite unchallenged, this story of Gothenburg. So on one hand, it's also that Condition 1 established the parties who are custodians of this heritage, making impossible any wider public engagement. So this feeds into the authorized heritage discourse, which Smith speaks about as being something that heritage experts decide on what heritage is, what counts as heritage, and they promote a consensus view of history, as she calls it. And also dominant narratives of the nation. So heritage and nationalism are deeply intertwined in this understanding of heritage. And it also points to Harrison's understanding and differentiation between official heritage and unofficial heritage, wherein official heritage is state sanctioned and motivated by some form of legislation or written charter. And Lowenthal also speaks about heritage being a process, and heritage being created in the past, which is what they're actually doing through this instrument, which is to create the narrative that is essential for national pride. Now to more concrete examples of how the Swedish Transport, how the STA is telling the story. It's by linking 9 sites along the tunnel, and you can see all these digs that have been, and the remains that have been found along this, and they want to most of the story is being told on site. That's the proposal is to tell the story of the city based on the finds on site where they dig. So what they say is that we think that when we speak of strengthening the whole city, we say let's strengthen the area where it's very weak, and it's also in the area where we're working, so we have a lot of access to the city, and we should include into the story of Gothenburg, and we should give it back to the city, to the Gothenburg city. So heritage's value is seen as being on site. So as another respondent from the STA said, the value of heritage is actually of that place, of that specific place where it is. It's not on another place. And the finds have a very important role in telling this story. And the attempt is to use keys and clues and not exactly the finds themselves at these sites. So they want to create a kind of treasure hunt where you hide small clues, and then you get a clue from one place and you run to the next place, and then you go to another place and search. So it's more like finding clues and sort of giving you the whole statement. So they are interested in doing small measures. So as another respondent said, make a design that can fulfill this, where you can put in those things without having big monuments, but even so give the people that are actually seeing this a key to find out more. On the other hand, the City Museum wants to tell the story through activating the entire site, entire fortified city, which is so not only on the river bank over here, but all these where the orange dotted line is telling the story of the fortifications as a whole. So they're more, the proposals are larger and more elaborate than the STAs, because their view is that the fortifications have progressively been diminished over the years. And as you can see on the bottom left, this is where the only remnants of them lie. So for them, the role of the finds is less important, and they want to do other things also, like reconstructions and artwork and digital and physical models. And as respondent 3 said, we want things that are not only signs and models and things in the city, but also things that are permanent, things that are to be seen in the ground, or visualize things that are part of the city. It has to be something really quite robust and something that can be there for a long time. So they also see that damage is not restricted to the immediate location of the excavations. So as you can see in this top right, and these 2 images on the top right, they have proposals for reconstructing the city walls or for marking them out on the ground. So as respondent 3 again said, we are basically saying that when damage is done to different sites in the fortress, that is not damage done only to those particular sites, but is also damage done to the whole fortress, to understand the whole heritage site as a whole. So the other aspect of storytelling comes into the picture when the heritage is spoken of in terms of being taken away and damage being caused to it. So the notion is that heritage is being removed or destroyed and its story must be given back. So as respondent 2 of the STA said, we do take away parts of the heritage, we destroy it, and we can't compensate. But what we can do is actually to strengthen the heritage where we take it away, or try to tell a story there. So the idea is to use the remains that are on site, and as they say, and this is the view of the city museum as well, that when they're not there anymore when you take away parts. So that is really the way that the national interest is getting weaker. So in this understanding, heritage is viewed as a limited resource and as something that needs preservation, which speaks to Ashworth's preservation paradigm, wherein heritage and development are antagonistic. And if you diminish one, you can't increase one without diminishing the other. And this is also something that Munoz Vinyas has spoken about, saying that he says that damage is actually a value judgment. So you're putting value on the physical object in this case by saying that when you take it away, you take away heritage. And De Silva and Harrison speak in broader terms about how heritage is perceived through a sense of loss, and they question why this should be the case. The other approach that the Swedish Transport Administration has is to reveal or uncover or expose the finds, and it's also something mandated in Condition 1. So they want to uncover the site, as they say, the site will be repaired and archaeological discoveries uncovered and highlighted. And we want to expose all these wonderful finds in Skansen Leonet, for example, which is where these rooms have been, this cottage, remains of the cottage have been found, and there you see this doorway. So they're thinking of ways in which this can be exposed and kind of highlighted. So again, this speaks to Munoz Vinyas, who talks about classical conservation being a truth-seeking exercise, where there's only true things can be revealed, as revelation is the display of previously hidden truths. So there's the idea that the object is, its true nature is in its materiality. Next, I speak about the use of finds in art and architecture. There are proposals for incorporating them into the new design, into the walls and flooring and the mezzanines and also the landscaping outside. And as you can see from the reference projects that the architects of the STA use, they look at new and old forms as coexisting, yet always clearly distinguishable from each other. So in some senses, as Pendlebury has said, this is a modernist way of looking at conservation, because there's a stress on authenticity, in that the object, each structure should be of its time, and that is where the question of authenticity again comes in, whether it's a contemporary structure or an old structure. And if, however, he also says that this can also be a postmodern view if it's done, if the intelligent development of new forms of architecture are cognizant of historical forms. So these tiles at the extreme right are what has been found at Haga, what I showed earlier. And then there's this stone from the digs that are proposed to be used in the flooring over here in the rendering of this new station. It's a bit at the back, but that's where the new flooring might be used. At least that's the proposal. And also in the artwork, there is an idea to have the artist have a kind of display landscape using archaeological finds in one of the stations, where art becomes an everyday object. It becomes furniture. Its heritage meets art, meets functionality. And this kind of brings compensation, cultural heritage compensation, as spoken about by Grant Danielson et al. Into the picture, where they speak about how value can be moved from site, or as this grid shows, you can have the same type of value on site, or change up the value and have it on the same site, or move the value to a different site. So it's a matrix for how value is connected, cultural value is connected to spatial location. And that's a new way of thinking about heritage, because it says that you can actually move value, and scholars think this is a progressive way of looking at heritage, because then it's not fixed to the site. But more broadly and more abstractly speaking, De Silva and Harrison think of loss as potentially generative and emancipatory. So this is at a more conceptual level, where value is not fixed in some of the ways that the matrix presupposes, but they talk about the emergence of new values itself, and new attachments and forms of significance. So it's moving beyond the physical notion that value is where value is established, basically, but it's something that can be changed. And the final finding is about storytelling without the material finds, wherein both parties are interested in harnessing technology to display the knowledge that they found through these archaeological finds, through exhibition displays or apps, or that kind of technology. So there's this soundscape proposed by the STA, or this virtual walking tour on which you can use through a mobile app. And this, in this sense, materiality partially loses significance because the stress is on the meaning that the object conveys. And as Ross has said, preservation by record challenges material supremacy, because it emphasizes intangible qualities of heritage. And this may actually add to heritage. And Munoz Vinyas too speaks about this in terms of legibility, where he says that it's a move away from classical conservation, in the sense that the object is important only insofar as it has meaning to convey. However,
you have 2 minutes time.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I got that. Okay. Yeah. So but then you still look at meaning as being something that can harm or hinder. So it's not entirely liberating. And so my conclusions are basically that in this project, no single approach to dealing with the finds has been detected in storytelling, because as Ashwath has said, there's an incomplete paradigm shift from preservation to conservation to heritage. And the conservation paradigm is one that looks at larger sites and not just single isolated monuments. So what I found is that on the spectrum of preservation and conservation, the West Link falls somewhere between, where it's closer to conservation, because they are interested in creating heritage and in heritage making, not simply in preserving old sites and blocking them off from development, but there is an attempt to have heritage contribute to development. So it's also what Janssen et al. Speak about, where heritage is a factor in creating environments. So although it doesn't go as far as the heritage paradigm, where there's more stress on meaning making and engaging the public, or heritage is a vector, where heritage becomes an actual basis for decision making about spatial planning, it is close to the conservation paradigm in that it creates new ways of thinking about it, encourages new ways of thinking about heritage and about archaeological discoveries. So yeah, there are several constraints to operationalizing theory, but this is where I'll end, because that's topic for another presentation. Thank you so much for listening to me, and these are my references and image credits. Thank you.
Thank you, Maitri, very much for this very interesting presentation. And now we have some time for discussion and reflection for all presentations we have had this morning. You may raise your hand. Per Cornell has already raised his hand, so I just want to summarize before I give a word to Per. I think that these presentations shared common ideas, although they were having different angles to the main theme. And one combining issue is the significance, values, and understanding of heritage, whether we are talking about archaeological build or environmental heritage. Now I give word for Per. Per, you are welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a very interesting session. Actually, as Lisa, as you said, I think there were various common elements to all the presentations. And one of them, which is, I think, very tricky and complex, which actually is so big that we should have another workshop or something about it, is this complex discussion on what is this. There is an ongoing construction of a discourse on heritage, which has its center in certain political interests, and actually this creates almost a loop of thinking, which establishes certain standards, and everything is related to legislations and rules established in a sort of official world. And that, of course, must exist. And it has had in history positive effects in terms of preserving certain interesting historical environments and things. But it at times also has a negative effects in terms of selecting away certain elements in terms of being nothing but a sort of discourse of accepting to take away things, accepting not to intervene in defense of the heritage. A very complex arguments, giving a sort of acceptance to the massive destruction of the past, which is occurring in Sweden, and the massive destruction of the natural environment that is going on in Sweden. When you construct a highway, a railroad system, you just explode away the rock without even thinking. That's just an example, but it is a massive scale of destruction which is going on. And much of this rhetoric is just a sort of defense of this mass destruction. It's an argument, a provocative argument, but I think I'm not stating that that is what everything is about in the heritage discussion, but that is one of the lines. So, for example, this concept of compensation, you can never compensate a megalith burial or an old historic town. That's just an absurdity. Compensation is a very strange concept, and I have been discussing that at several meetings and debates. I do not think it is an acceptable concept. We can talk about doing something in order to try to make people remember what once existed at this place. This is something completely different than using such a strong concept as compensation. And actually, I think there are different levels of discourses. One thing, we don't know exactly what is actually the world, what sort of elements are there, and which element has been there. The reality in some way, it is one thing, and we know that we don't know that exactly. We will now never know that exactly. Another level is what people think, and people, of course, think different things. There is no unified idea. We have done some with students. I've done some tests in different environments in Gothenburg and parts of Sweden. And if you ask the same questions and use different types of concepts, you get enormous variability in answers. And then there is, of course, the discourse that occurs in an academic environment when we do an analysis of things and questions things and discusses them in that way. When we do not take for granted then a given concept in a political word is correct, etc. Then there is closed debate on the heritage, which is yet another one. And it is so interesting to see how these, at times, relate to each other. At times there are open lines, some sort of communication between different spheres, different types of discourses, and at times these communicative lines disappears. And we have seen examples of this in all the presentations. And it's so, I really found the last presentation very interesting. I mean, this official way of thinking about Gothenburg should demonstrate the power of Sweden as a sea dominating country. We had the power of the seas. That's nonsense. Sweden has never had that. Gothenburg has been an important node for trade, but Sweden has never been a seafaring power. Nothing you can compare to Norway, which has actually been a seafaring power in various moments of its history. Sweden has never been that. That's just ridiculous as a statement. So that occurs in the official documents. And if the archaeologists think we should demonstrate what is stated in the official document, then the archaeologist is trying to reinforce a lie. Of course, the archaeologists should be occupied and interested in what is actually there in the material they work on in the field. They cannot start from the document and just looking at that. I think that is an important thing, and I think that Maitri was a little bit hinting at that. There are many things that are just not discussed at this fortified entity, the Skansen, the Lion. Maitri discussed. There are many different time periods. There is graffiti from all the centuries from its establishment until today. A lot of graffiti. It's covered with graffiti everywhere. And it's not mentioned in any official document at all. That is an irrelevant issue, according to authorities. So a lot of things are selected away all from the beginning, a priori. Now, I stop here because I could speak on eternally, but I think it is important that we think about these different discourses and that we try to avoid them being isolated from each other.
Lisa, you are muted.
No, I'm not. Okay, very good. I have two mouses here, so I used the wrong one. Anyhow, thank you, Per, very much. That was very well sort of phrased talk, and I think we all agree with you. We have a few comments on chat. We have a comment from Benjamin Viss. Benjamin, are you there? You can easily give your question to, I think this question goes to Maitri.
Sorry?
Benjamin, you have a question to Maitri, I believe.
Well, I wouldn't know because I missed most of the session, so I feel like a cheat even coming on here now. But I mean, as Per was reacting to it, which is most of what I actually did catch of the session, I was like, compensation for heritage? That indeed sounds ridiculous. So I was just wondering where that, where has that come from? And I presume it must have been in one of the presentations, and I was just looking for clarification as to, where did that idea come from and how does it work?
Yeah, I can take that. Actually, so in Swedish legislation, there's robust policy on compensation for ecological heritage damage, so trees and parks and that kind of thing. But now scholars are exploring the ability of this concept to be applied to heritage damage, because in the sense that heritage is being taken away, so you need to make amends for that destruction or that taking away. So in the literature, these ways are kind of coming up as maybe creating more documentation, or it's very broad concept as of now, which is not in policy, but it's the theory is exploring how it can be applied and whether it has place in that, in being a legal instrument by which developers compensate for the damage that they cause in making building projects.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And then we have a comment from Jan Garene. Jan, would you like to give your
Hello,
comment?
Lisa. Yes, I would like to ask what the discourse is on maintenance of the archaeological sites, because I feel that this is often an, how would I say, a very tricky issue. You know, as an excavator, as an archaeologist myself, I know by now that it is not enough to excavate, to consolidate, preserve, if there is no organized maintenance of the site. That often is more destructive than even the excavation itself. Is that an issue? Is that not an issue? I think it should be an issue.
I would like to give you a comment on answer.
Yeah, just to comment on this. I think maintenance is a very interesting issue, but what we are talking about here above all is taking away archaeological evidence, not creating archaeological sites. What is in focus of this discussion about compensation is to take away entirely archaeological materials totally, and throwing away the evidence. For example, wooden floors, which occur frequently in 17th century towns when we excavate, they are not considered as relevant for preservation. Or not even for a detailed digital documentation. I'm trying to make them do that, at least to do a good digital documentation, but not even that is done. Still as an idea about preservation. So I have suggested many things and many times that they should at least preserve some floors from some buildings somewhere, but they never do that. So it's not it's avoiding to create archaeological sites in the terms of visitable objects for a public and for tourists. It is the opposite, this concept of compensation. But I agree with you that the question of maintenance of archaeological sites is very important. That was discussed in the first paper, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Today, and I think that is very, very important. But also to remember, to remember
also the budget, you know, the finances, and
some of the possible solutions were discussed. But I do think that we also should remember this question of the selection and how things are forgotten or neglected. Andrina had a good example of a category of the past has been, in a sense, a priori considered non-existent, without any prior investigation as to whether it existed or not. And that is something that's very common when you only go to official documents for finding what is relevant to do. I don't think that is enough. I am in favor. I'm a big fan of a strong state, welfare states. I'm in favor of all these things, but I am also critical to certain types of operation within these entities. And for example, using such almost Orwellian concepts like compensation. You cannot compensate a megalithic burden. I think that is sort of a really awful type of terminology. It's Orwellian in character. And that type of concept we cannot accept. We can say that if you take away this megalithic burial, you should at least try to document it properly before doing that. And you should try to present information about that in some sort of sense and word. That is something else. But using this concept of compensation is ridiculous, and I think dangerous. It's a dangerous kind of rhetorics.
But I think, Per, that sometimes it also takes time to convince even the state or other official authorities in archaeology of the importance of certain types of cultural heritage. And if I may, speak for even cities like Rome 30 years ago, nobody would have wanted to preserve an early medieval wall. Nowadays, it is a hit to have an early medieval wall preserved in your excavation. Lisa knows as well, when you go to the Crypta Balbi, there is a display of pottery of the 18th century. Now, I remember an anecdote that the excavator told me, that when he excavated and published that pottery, one of the criticisms was that this was public money wasted on the study of grandmother's coffeeware, her coffee table, her coffee ceramics. So nowadays, this has, of course, again changed. So I think that takes time also to get certain approaches and certain interests to the authorities who we know are by definition rigid, and
And we have Maitri wants to have a word.
I just want to add that I think that the way compensation is being spoken about here, it's pretty broad. So so documentation is also one form of compensation that academics write about. It's not absolutely in terms of taking something away, destroying it, and then moving it or putting something else in its place. I mean, it's broad enough that it accommodates various actions under its umbrella while sounding like it is an absolutely unacceptable thing to do. Because it speaks about value not being entirely physical, and just it's an attempt to take the past into the future, that kind of approach.
And then we have Per.
Yeah, I will just take an example of compensation that has actually occurred. There is a large fortification at the estuary of the Göta River in Gothenburg from the 17th century, which is considered an enormously important monument according to official discussion of the National Heritage Board in Sweden, and generally accepted as such by many politicians. Now, this 17th century, I should say, monument is at an island and at the estuary, and it's related to several small islands which were incorporated in the defense system. Now they want to blow away one of these islands entirely for the expansion of the port. And there has been long discussion about other solutions, and there could be other solutions, a little bit costly, but and then they finally decided they just exploded away with all the heritage remains and everything. And then they made a competition, and they sent to the different museums and other contract companies, invent some kind of compensation for our blowing away of this entire island and all its heritage components. Well, what was the suggestion of the winning contribution to the competition? Well, it was, let's go with a video camera and film a little bit in a boat. That is everything. And they got a very small amount of money for doing that, to buy a video camera and hire a boat and go with a video camera. They didn't even ask if Giorgio could go there and do a digital documentation. That would at least be something. They only went around, and Giorgio was doing his work at that time. They could have asked somebody who really knew how to do a documentation. That would have been minimal requirement, but just film a little bit with a video camera. And that was everything. That was a compensation for blowing away the whole island. Not a gigantic island, but an island that had been very important also for Gothenburgers who had gone there for bathing and so on. So, I mean, this is not a compensation. And putting up a small statue somewhere in the city center, here is a small memory of this island, would never have compensated blowing away the island. That is why I'm against this concept.
Well, thank you, Pat. I just need to remind you that we are going to have another session starting at 11:30, but we have several minutes left. And I give Zeynep, you have something to say?
Actually, if I may, I will direct the discussion to Mia Akkerfeldt, if I may. Change the direction of the discussion. So I'm wondering, I'm very curious about, these prefabricated wooden houses that is built in Finland, shipped to Poland, shipped to Israel, so the necessity of housing was immense, but into different contexts, shall we say. I'm wondering, how about the spatial organization of these prefabricated houses? I'm wondering, how did it fit to the lives of the occupants that they were used for?
Mia?
Yes, if I start, and then Safri perhaps can add something after that. Basically, at this stage in the research, we are now looking for money in order to be able to do sort of the broader field work and interviewing people, just to get to these kind of questions, because those are of course very interesting. If we have, for instance, despite that these houses, they were made in collaboration with the receiving countries, in a sense, sort of taking into consideration local standards of living, for instance, local dwelling traditions and so on. These thoughts you can find in the archives in reports from the Puutalo representatives going out to doing field work back then in the 40s, 50s and 60s. But we would be really interested in as well as to get a sort of broader information on how did it work out in real life, sort of for these people that actually went then to live, and to see, we would be very interested in sort of documenting, but for sort of contemporary use as well, how can you use this information on for instance, rearranging your life according to a Finnish standard of living, or with the kitchen on one place and the sleeping chambers on another place, and how does that fit into a perhaps very, very, very different tradition of keeping a home? So that is a question we still we're looking for, to have the possibility for documenting that, but hypothetically, at least, we can see that people, they made their lives around the structures that were sent out. And in the example in Poland, for instance, well, that's a bit closer traditionally to how the Finnish dwelling sort of situation is as well. But we can see that they weren't that much adapted internally. It was more in the exteriors that they were adapted with more local sort of ornamentation and so on. But the interior seems to have been quite, because I think the structures, they were, in a sense, when they were erected, then they were, you couldn't really change them much afterwards. So I think people seem to have been adopting, but we are looking for the sort of in-depth answers to that, how that really affected them. So we're eager to move on to that stage in our research.
Might I just add that in the Israeli case, because it was kind of a crisis management issue, first of all, what was interesting that a lot of times they just took models that were done for a Finnish market and just told the manufacturer that they don't want the roof, they don't want the doors, they were like taking all kinds of parts off and then bringing them to Israel. And in Israel, sometimes they were used, like it could be the same shack that was used for 2 families. And then when things got better and it was another model that was done elsewhere, it was for 1 family. So it was very, very dynamic. Also, it was changed because people, rearranged the things, because they, in a way, got a shell. It was they didn't have a kitchen, they didn't have all the things, the amenities that they had in the original model, and they had to adjust it. And in this issue, what we're going to check is a lot of the social history concerning the interiors, because I can tell that even from the story of the family of my wife that came from Libya, so you had this shack that on the one hand had this Art Deco furniture that they brought with them somehow from Libya, from Tripoli, and they had to somehow manage in a very small space a family of 8 people in a one-room apartment, not apartment, a shack in a way. So it's going to be, I think it's a kind of a thing that we should have to think about how the interiors were also adjusting to these different circumstances.
Thank you. Martin, I saw that your hand was raised a couple of minutes ago. Would you still like to ask?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to add something to what Per said, because that's actually a continuation of a discussion we had 2 days ago, because we are focusing very much on digital registration, and that can actually contribute to this destruction of cultural heritage, because we have it, we scanned it, so we can take it down. So that can actually, I think we have to be careful not to just go in this one direction. What I originally wanted to say is that thank you for Andrine's study on wooden constructions in Middle Sweden, and because I'm working with the small town, non-Hanseatic small towns in northern Germany, and wooden constructions are a very essential part of the heritage in the southern Baltics, and I just wanted to note that even though the building regulations already from the 13th century, 14th century say that, well, because of all the fires, you have to build in brick. These regulations, they were repeated 200 years later in the same emphasis, because people obviously didn't build in bricks, otherwise they wouldn't have to repeat it. So I think that people who couldn't afford to build in bricks, they have built in wood in a great number and in great extension, and I think that it's only a pity that wood deteriorates so much faster than other materials. So we just don't know so much about it. Therefore.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have to stop, because we need to start our next session. And I think this session was very interesting, and I'm so happy about this very vivid discussion. And I really hope that we can continue discussion about these topics somewhere else in some other time. Thank you all very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Elisa Sipanen for chairing the session, and Pelin Gunay and all the speakers. So now from the role, misuse and utilization of archaeology, we will move to museums. Actually, every time you dig your spade into the ground for an archaeological excavation, someone else is putting a brick on the ground to build a museum to host those findings. And so we are now looking into the next sessions, which is called Museums, Libraries, Universities, and the Social Perspective of Heritage, which will be chaired by Pinar Seginalp from Özgün University and co-chaired by Pelin Arslan, Özgün University. So Pelin and Pinar, welcome, hoş geldiniz, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alessandro, for this very nice introduction to the session. Welcome everyone to this session. I am Pinar Seginalp, and Pelin Arslan will be co-chairing, just like Alessandro introduced. So we are going to have 3 presentations in this session. I would like to introduce them before their presentation, and I hope that we are going to have much time since we lack one of the presenters. I must remind the presenters that their presentation will be only 20 minutes, but they can extend for 1 or 2 minutes. So our first presenters are dear Zeynep Ceylanlı and Ezgi Çelik. Welcome, dear Zeynep and Ezgi. Let me introduce them to you. Zeynep Ceylanlı, Dr. Zeynep Ceylanlı received her BA from Bilkent University, Department of Interior Architecture and Environmental Design, her MA and PhD in Architectural History from Middle East Technical University. As a member of Özyeğin University since 2016, she is teaching Interior Design Studio, Professional Practice and Ethics, and Modern Architectural History courses. Her fields of interest are modernism and modernization in architecture, architectural historiography, museum design in historical sites, and interior design education. Yes. And Ezgi Çiçek obtained her bachelor degree from Bahçeşehir University Interior Architecture and Environmental Design Department in 2013, and her Master of Science in Product Design in Roma La Sapienza University in 2016. Now she is a PhD candidate in Design, Innovation, Society in Özyeğin University. Her fields of interest are exhibitionary spaces, sociology of science and technology, and interior design education. They will be presenting this title, as you can see on the screen, Museum in Heritage Sites, and exhibiting in the post-COVID-19 era, the case of Tekfur Palace Museum. Floor is yours, dear Zeynep and Ezgi.
Thank you very much, Pınar and Pelin. We're going to be doing dual two of us will be presenting the paper. So I'm going to now make a brief introduction about why are we doing this study. First of all, this is an ongoing study, and we have been into exhibiting in the heritage sites previously. So in today's session, next slide, please, Ezgi. We will be touching first upon the exhibition spaces in historic sites. So what is the contemporary practice? What are the new technologies that is applied in exhibition spaces? And of course, since the beginning of the 2020, the new discussions and actions during this COVID-19 era, which will directly affect the post-COVID-19, if there is any post, the COVID-19 era of the heritage sites. And our case, the Museum of Tekfur Palace has a significant importance in terms of the history of the city of Istanbul, and we will look upon its being an exhibitionary space in a heritage site, its historical value, and its institutional logic towards the heritage site, as well as its narrative, and the multi-layered. We will at the end ask questions what to improve this multi-layered approach towards its current state. The floor is yours, Ezgi.
Thank you. Museum's purpose is defined as education, study, and enjoyment by the International Community of Museums. We know that museum visitors actively construct their own meanings rather than passively accept those imposed on them by museum curators and educators. So they need more personalized experiences. Both the purpose of the museum and visitors' independence of meaning making accelerated the digitalization of the educational site, which is digital media and tools working along with the Internet of Things. Art museums have more challenges than cultural heritage or science museums with these digital editions, because every new suggestion has the danger of interfering flux between the art object and the visitor. On the other hand, heritage museums have bigger opportunities for these kinds of interferences in order to enhance the pedagogy of the exhibition. In the main cases, the visitor needs some kind of translation or connection to the in-question artifact because they are generally from a different era, culture, or location of the world, which is foreign to the visitor. For example, Museum of Troy, which is located in Çanakkale Museum, Çanakkale, Turkey, where it has a big significance in the world's history, is designed with layers of digital narrations in order to tell its story to the visitors with techniques such as gamification, usage of audiovisual materials such as interactive touch screens, storytellers, etc. We can say that it is the most comprehensive museum in Turkey in terms of digitalization. And one way of seeing its success could be like the visitor numbers. These kinds of attractions also create opportunities to make people come repeatedly with catching their attention and become more memorable, and memorability is one of the key elements of the educational side of museums. Multimedia editions open new dialogues for visitors, allowing them to interact with each other and make bodies in the museum more involved, stimulated, curious, to make them gather more information in a more fun way. Especially museums which are also architectural heritage sites can use this opportunity to create a new layer on the top of space and exhibited things to give narration of its historical significance. So what are those new enhanced audiovisual representation techniques? multi-channel video, data visualization, interactive touchscreens, QR codes, and extended realities, which are augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. All the mentioned before, digital museums amalgamate physical and digital objects to reshape the conventional museum experience. In April 2020, almost all museums around the world were closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It pushed those museums to enhance their accessibility via their digital presence. So we can range this new or newly normalized online presence boom from traditional online catalogs, digital exhibition, and virtual representations of the museum's physical environment with narratives and audiovisual content that allows visitors to move and, if it's possible, closely observe the exhibits on display. This tries to simulate the actual visiting experience. And moreover, what else? Live events, newsletters, podcasts, quizzes, contests, and finally, social media. Museums in heritage sites are like any other museums now, offering these tools immensely. In these events, accessibility from everywhere, distance from the crowd, 24/7 accessibility, availability, and uninterruptedness are provided. It benefits to the museums with allowing not to lose their visibility and continuity of their contribution to society. In this case, the visitor numbers of museums actually increases more than ever, and museums have never been more accessible. They are using tools like hashtags or social media and influencers to create conversation on the related topics. It is to intrigue people that are not even generally museum goers, with the campaigns such as hashtag Museum from Home or Art Challenge. In addition to the success of the Support and Morale campaign, aimed at strengthening the communication between museums, the spontaneous visual and digital archive can be shown among the gains. People now can see the things under those hashtags from the museums they do not even know, and these actions are now making the borders of the museums disappearing. In Turkey, also so many museums are creating online content since the pandemic started. For example, there are 33 virtual museums and ruins that you can visit online affiliated to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, and most of them are in the heritage sites. In addition, we observe a shift to the digital in many private museums too. But we can acknowledge that they are already more present in that area compared to the non-private one. 360 degrees virtual tours started to become common along with the online tours, either are real-time or pre-recorded. But unfortunately, some of the virtual tours just give brief information, visual information about the space, or they do not allow to comprehend all the information because only the selected works were digitized truly. But it is not a thing that we see only in Turkey, because this mega event struck so fastly. All the museums around the world needed curation and selections what to exhibit, where exhibit more in order to present themselves fastly to the visitors. Reproductions of the space, the negative part, like reproductions of the real experience, miss out on the here and now of the exhibited thing, as Walter Benjamin suggested. The digital experience will create a false feeling of complete knowledge, but also with its accessibility and instantaneity, the experience of the museum in the digital easily can become distracted and superficial. Reaching all these online exhibitions after a series of clicks reduces the authenticity of the heritage and also its multidimensionality. And exhibited things and spaces become independent of what it inherits from its ritual and cultural lineage. Also, we need the physical space because museums are designed from the entrance to exit to create a rupture from outside reality, enhancing the cognitive and sensitive ability of the museum, of the visitors. But we still can benefit from them. And now so many museums will open with time ticketing, and they will use their website for that. With tools such as these, visitors can look at the collection before they visit the museum or explore the collection after they attend an exhibition. They can understand the full range of museum's collection or engage with a body of work online with the digitized collection at any time and anywhere. from everywhere. So even though nothing can beat the real thing, like standing in front of a centuries-old palace like Tekfur Palace, hopefully giving open access by the digital channels will push people to be more curious for the unmediated, genuine thing, and they will come to try the real experience with also having a prior knowledge from the virtual experience when all museums are reopened. Zeynep Hocam.
So about the Tekfur Palace, I think actually on Monday, the keynotes of the ICOMOS session started mentioning about the Tekfur Palace, Blackherna Palace, and the importance of the walls of Istanbul. The Tekfur Palace is vaguely located to 12th to 13th, even to 14th century in the history of the city. And it's also called the Palace of Prophitogenitus in the complex of Blackherna Palace. Next, please. This is actually important because it's also located at the intersection of Komnenos and Theodosius walls, and two important gates. It's located between two important gates of Eğri Kapı and Edirne Kapı. Next, please. Also, it is very important and significant since it's the single remaining palatial building of Blackherna Palace. You see here Pervitage map from 1928. You can see the density of the neighborhood, which is, we learned from the Ottoman archives, that is occupied by non-Muslim communities, rather poor communities. We also learned from the same archives that there are various shops we see, such as tavern or barrel shops or boiler workshops. Also, the same archives notify us that at the end of the 19th century, there are also requests from the visiting lecturers of several schools in order to make excavations there, which was refused by the state. Also, the history of the Tekfur Palace mentions that the building was once used as a glass bottle factory and also a tile factory. Next, please. So again, is locating around the same map from 1928, you can see these postcards from the late 19th century, which shows us, which reveals us that it is being on a postcard means that it is also a significant landmark stated and distributed to the world, actually. So it's also, you may say, a touristic attraction for the visitors who are interested in history and archaeology would definitely find this building very curious. Next, please. But later on, since we are approaching to this day, let us talk about its repairments and restoration progress. Well, there were several repairments in 1956 conducted, very brief touches, but an extensive restoration and restitution between 2005 and 2014 it was held, which caused several debates regarding the reshaping of the building. Actually, you can see here the chapelle, which made it invisible almost from the exterior on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, you see the window profiles, which is argued that we have no idea what they look like, but still they are located there. Next, please. But let's walk towards the entrance of the building. Comparing to the late 19th century postcard, you see the additional buildings adjacent to the walls were removed today. Next, please. And this is the entrance of the building, which from the postcard you can see, from the photo on the left, you can see the traces of once existed adjacent to the wall. But today, a temporary ticketing booth, entrance booth, is located at the entrance of the museum. Also, you can obviously see the glass panoramic elevator. Next, please. And this is from the interior courtyard looking towards the north facade. I think you have also noticed that there is a roof covering the building, which is different than the section, the elevation of the building actually. And it's also located 2 additional floors, which we see the traces on the walls. But for instance, we don't know where used to be where was the staircase, but anyhow, next please. So let's look at the spatial organization and the exhibition. This is the interior, this is the entrance organization of the exhibition. You can see the an additional temporary structure in the courtyard of the building. Next, please. And in the interior, the exhibition starts with the history of Tekfur Palace and the history of the kilns founded in the ground floor, which you can see on the right-hand side. There are touch screens located and also projections telling the story about how these kilns used to function. Next, please. When we move to the first floor, we have the exhibition on the pottery production and the history of pottery production, which actually these units repeat in the second floor as well. But you can here also see the touch screens, very interactive and very contemporary ways of exhibition. Actually, on the left-hand side, you can have this projected the tile patterns on this huge cube, which you can change the pattern of the cube via this touch screen again. Next, please. The second floor is about the potters of Eyüp and the tile production. Actually, most of the presented objects here, including these tiles, are replicas of these tiles, these examples. Again, the touch screen and this audiovisual exhibition continues in the second floor. Next, please. Well, these are how Tekfur Sarayı appears in the social media. On the left-hand side, you see its official website, which you can see, which you can have extended information about its history, and you can see this interior pictures, which we were very much benefited from, since it was most of the, well, that was Ezgi's part, sorry, in a second. And on the right-hand side, you see Instagram webpage, which barely shares anything about the existing exhibition. And finally, next, please. We can see various YouTube accounts that gives us a stroll through the building, but they are mainly amateur shots, and they don't include any further professional telling narrative of the space itself. Next, please, Elke.
So the museum already has technology embedded in order, even though it's too didactic, in order to have a better narration of the exhibited objects. But the unfortunate part is it's not adding one of the most important heritage there, the palace itself. It needs to have another layer to elaborate this monumental legacy. The pottery and tile collection is already exhibited with audio-visual technologies such as info and touch screens. So adding a new layer of technology like QR, AR, or even MR could create space for the story of the palace without interfering with an already existing exhibition. This place has a big history to tell, so using more complex technological aid can better the experience. The museum has been closed since the pandemic started, apart from a few months which was operating not fully, being most of the digital elements in the museum not working. Before restoration was conducted, 2D and 3D drawings were made for preservation of the space and the collection. So they could be used to present mentioned information to the public, either in the physical space or in a virtual space. If there is no physical activity, it needs to move on to the digital platform that could be used in the future as a supporting element when the world is normalized after the pandemic. Like we spoke earlier in this week in other sessions, digitalization tools create new means and open up new horizons with moving space to digital mediums. Unfortunately, the museum was closed since at the end of November, so we could not go back again to have a more true investigation. Also, correspondence with the municipality who is in charge of the palace is still in progress. So, well, we will be keeping on working on this. And thank you very much for listening our presentation.
Thank you.
Can at least maybe clap in real time. Thank you very much for this really interesting presentation, dear Zeynep Ceylanlı and Ezgi Çiçek. It was really amazing to see these works. So moving further with the second presenters, I'm going to introduce them to you. First one is Bruna Di Palma, and the other one is Mariana Sergio. I believe Mariana is here.
Yes.
Okay, so Bruna Di Palma, let me introduce her. Firstly, architect and PhD. Bruna Di Palma is a researcher in architectural and urban design at the Department of Architecture, University of Naples, Federico II, and research associate at the Institute of Sciences of Cultural Heritage, National Research Council of Italy. Her activities are mainly focused on design for historical sites and cultural dissemination through projects such as enhancement of international architectural and urban heritage and archaeological areas or exhibitions. She won several prizes for her scientific activities and design work, such as the Premio Gubbio in 2018 and in 2012. Mariana Sergio, let me introduce her, architect and PhD candidate in architecture, curricula in architectural and urban design at the Department of Architecture, University of Naples, Federico II. Her PhD research is entitled as Museo di Rovine. I'm sorry that I cannot pronounce that, but you can look at the screen. So Mariana Sergio's work is focused on the role of museum in archaeological sites in terms of digital heritage and exhibition design. Graduated with honors in architecture at the Department of Architecture, University of Naples, with a thesis entitled, again, Le Polisimio del Passaggio Industrial di Ceramic, I guess, I'm sorry, developed in collaboration with the Department of Architecture and Landscape Design, University of Liège. Her activities are mainly focused on design for archaeological and industrial ruins. Futuro della Materia at the ARC for the 3-year period, participant in national and international conferences since 2019, author of several essays and articles. And they are going to present us their research, their work, titled as Unveiled Ruins, Exhibition Narrative and Open Perspectives for the Archaeological Museum of Paestum. The floor is yours, dear Mariana.
Thank you. Okay. Allora, Bruna Di Palma will not be present because on another institutional commitment. This contribution originates from the research I'm developing within my PhD, and it focused on the contemporary role of the museum in archaeological sites, considering exhibition design and narrative strategies. The institutional definition of archaeological museum leads back to a reflection that measures the original ambiguity of a reclusive space in which objects are exposed out of their time. However, the archaeological museum explains a contemporary and ideal opposition. It is a place both inhabited by frozen creatures and designed to unveil the authentic meaning of the ruins. This vision abandons the concept of elite spaces for collecting, which have characterized the history of museum, recognizing a common thread that units the experiences, the architectural dimension of making an exhibition. So, an evolving identity and a multiplicity of composition, the Archaeological Museum defines the iconic narratives between contemporaneity and history of both places and communities. It also develops a dual relationship with history and context, seeking a balance between antinomic instances, conservation and fruition, restoration and reuse, interpretation and experience. It rereads the archaeological heritage as an artwork and a fragment building a cognitive network capable of making a mutual contamination by adopting new narrative techniques and giving an active role to the visitor. The narrative, the exhibition narrative for archaeology, so adopts a polysemic vision of history, which triggers interpretative processes located between continuity and discontinuity, between permanence and metamorphosis, between the no more and the not yet. The archaeological heritage in the form of ruins does not represent a material object or a documentary artifact. In the showcasing the archaeological ruins or city ruins, the Archaeological Museum adopts narrative poetics that read the dynamic nature of the ruin as a body shaped by the time, a mutilated and fragmentary work of architecture. Inside the Archaeological Museum, the ruins are discovered and unveiled twice. This second discovery concerned the possibility of making the ruins talking. In the narrative discourse, there is a fragment of memory that traces the entire cognitive and relational fields. In this way, the exhibition narrative for archaeology unveils the ruin through a complex architectural process in which the ruin is never equal to itself. This is not limited to operation of total integration or mere conservation. Preservation, therefore, but also enhancement of fragments of ancient narrative in situ. Through a new ex situ narratives, the lack of an original whole also corresponds to this uprooting of fragments from the place of their discovery. A narrative recomposition is superimposed on ancient, broken, and interrupted narration. In terms of textures, sequences, paths, the museum and the archaeological site setup read the multivalent sense of the ruin in scenarios of continuity and discontinuity, in relational terms between the old and the new. Accessibility that become open-air museum itineraries. In this way,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is it possible to make it full screen?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I guess it's from Vista, maybe.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
The notion of archaeological museum is not limited to the museum only as an architecture or a container, but expand to consider the entire site in which the exhibition stands as a diachronic transformation of the archaeological ruins in its permanence. As a laboratory in continuous evolution, the museographic project can be defined as a narrative device that allows to read the complexity of stratification and intersection in apparently static areas. No longer confined and closed places, but museographical parks. The archaeological museums can be triggering points of strategies through which relate the needs of enhancement of the ancient sites with development of the complex contemporary landscape. So the case study investigated in this research is the Archaeological Museum of Paestum. It is a part of an important scientific debate, which is permanent to the myth of the founding of Poseidonia, which rises in the center of the Gulf that takes its name from it, and the discovery of Paestum, the same city, in the 18th century, as a privileged destination of the Grand Tour. The entire area is characterized by a linear sequence of landscapes, the coast of bathing establishment, the build-up of the buildings, the rural character of the greenhouses, the archaeological area in which the Archaeological Museum of Paestum is the physical and potential center of gravity, the railway infrastructure, the fast vehicular infrastructure fragmented from a system of diverse industries. The area in its visible parts, so the archaeological site of Paestum is included in the walls of the ancient city, with a regular system of Greek origin. The area is divided into 3 parts. To the north and south, there are spaces dedicated to the gods and characterized by 3 Doric temples: the Temple of Neptune, the Temple of Hera, and the Temple of Ceres. In the center, there is an agora with its building reserved to political and commercial activities. Although the site is in good condition, the area is still rich of emergencies, such as necropolis. The entire area is configured as a concentric system of enclosures that do not communicate, and in which at the center the Archaeological Museum of Paestum is inserted. The museum was inaugurated after the Second World War in 1952, and was a part of a broader political plan for the redefinition of the archaeological area in terms of tourism. Therefore, the mistaken consideration that the subsoil no longer contained archaeological finds leads to the construction of a modest size building inserted at the center of the area, not far from the temples. A clear expression of Italian rationalist architecture, the museum recalls the formal composition of the temples and is structured in a large central cell for the display of the metopes and 2 sides gallery on 2 levels. Despite the subsequent extension project, the spatial and museographic configuration is inflexible and introverted, preventing the museum from communicating with the archaeological area. In this research, the strategy and the project define a new system of accessibility and connection to the site, both internal and external. Within the ancient walls, the Archaeological Museum of Paestum assumed the role of a cultural as well as physical center of gravity. The concept starts from the need to define an integrated development strategy, the needs of enhancement of the park and the Archaeological Museum with the cultural, social, and economic development of the territory. The urban layout of the ancient city becomes the starting point for enhancing a plot of paths intended as narrative itineraries that find their center of gravity in the museum. On the east-west axis, the strategy imagines the enhancement of entrance areas intended as the starting and the ending point of the narration along the ancient Degomanum. In correspondence with the Porta Sirena in the east, the proposal provides for the inclusion of redeveloping the area of the railway station as a new access to the archaeological site and to the museum itinerary. In the same way, in the correspondence with the Porta Marina to the west, it is possible to imagine the graft of a service structure with a double tension toward the museum and towards the ancient path of the Argonauts, which reaches the coast from the ancient door. This is a vision. On the north-south axis, the Bourbon roads and the area located in the correspondence with the ancient axis represent the further areas to connection between the inside and the outside. On one side, to the north, the area of the necropolis. From the other, towards the south, a possible museum support pole, represented by the former Sirio factory on the ancient structure of the sanctuary of Aphrodite Venus. Inside the site, the center of gravity of these sequences is represented by the annular path that surrounds the archaeological museum. Trying to define a new tour itinerary that can reinterpret the relationship between the internal and central spaces. The path intersects with the space in front of the museum and resolves the condition of isolation due to the caesura of the Bourbon Road and the fencing of the excavation. It expands its margin to define a new mode, a new way of use and reactivate the opposite and unused entrance of the ruins. So this part of the research wants to define a new open perspective, a system of crossing that retraces the roots of the ancient roads, but allows to travel through a completely and contemporary landscape, narrating the evolution that the site has had over time. It works on the theme of dismantling defenses through the intertwining of outside and inside along the ancient walls, along the fence of the archaeological park, and along the edges of the archaeological museum. This open perspective works with a view of a permanent narration. It is flanked by some temporary initiatives, such as art exhibition or events, which, however, offer further support to relaunch the archaeological area and the social capital of the area. The strategy, so in conclusion, aims to discover and unveil the deep meaning of the pre-existence and draw inspiration from it, making the visitor an active subject of knowledge and not a mere spectator of a distant past. Stimulating their sensory perception and imagination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Mariana Sergio, for this really interesting presentation. So I want to move further with our last presenter, Fabio Balducci. I can see you. Hello, Fabio. Let me introduce you to—
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Pleasure
So
to
let me introduce you to the session participants. Fabio Balducci is an architect and a PhD in architecture, theories and design. Has been collaborating for several years with the Department of Architecture and Design of the Sapienza University of Rome. Together with Orazio Carpenzano, he is the creator of the Archidiap website, a collaborative encyclopedia with free access of architectural materials. Since 2017, he has been with Paolo Marcoaldi, owner of the studio Dismisura Balducci Marcoaldi Architetti Associates, through which he has the opportunity to explore the dimension of the project at different scales and to open a close comparison between theory and practice in architecture. Today, right now, dear Fabio Balducci is going to present us his work called Fantastic at the Shelter, project for a house of poetry in the places of Valentino Zaichem. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. And I'm sorry, my English is not so fluent, so I cannot speak off the cuff, and I will try not to be too boring in reading the presentation. So, can you see?
Right now we can see.
Okay, so I'll start.
We cannot see.
Cannot see.
Let me try.
Perfect.
What about now?
It's great. If you can make full screen, it will be. Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So, in my speech, I will talk to you through a case study on which I had the pleasure of personally experiencing a project intended as a research product of a very specific theme in the great discourse of heritage, but still, I believe, worthy of attention. That is how a house inhabited by a great artist can have the opportunity to be transformed into a museum and a place of cultural production, however modest the building itself may be. In this case study, I refer to the project of the transformation of the house of the poet Valentino Zaiken in a house of poetry, which Rome does not have to date. Nomad by genetic inheritance, but sedentary de facto, Zaiken was born in Rijeka, the city then known as Fiume, in 1938. But following the exodus of the Istrian people, he moved with his parents to Rome, where he lived in perfect balance between these two apparently opposite conditions of precariousness and permanence from his youth until his death in July 2016. Alberto Moravia defined him as a contemporary marshal, and Zaiken is now recognized as one of the greatest Italian poets of the 20th century. He lived for the most part of his life in a house shack intended as a prosthesis of itself, inhabited by books and very few objects of daily use, totally turned inside out and stripped of every superfluous element, in which the poet, as in Thoreau's famous aphorism, defines his richness in proportion to the number of things which he cannot afford to let alone. These last words today, I bet they resonate with new value, because the pandemic has swept the world and has exacerbated the condition of contemporary living in a time suspended in the perfect dichotomy between hyperconnectedness and self-isolation. The house as a shelter is transformed into a place to stay rather than to a place to return to, an enclosure that hybridizes the place of life and that of work, a syncretic element of accumulation of objects and tools of affection. As for Johnson's house, that we already seen in Mariana Sergio's presentation in London, our homes can be intended as places of stratification of rituals, objects, and artworks. The house can be considered as a multi-temporal space in which affects coexist as the first step of our sociality. In a game of references and reminders, the house welcomes figures from the past, even belonging to different imaginaries, which compose a kind of archive of memory that can be reinterpreted through the imagination, as in the engravings of Giovan Battista Piranesi. In Charles Eisen's allegorical representation for Abbot Leger's treatise, the primitive hut becomes the original landscape, the structural and aesthetic principle of the architecture itself. The theme of the house as a refuge thus highlights the dichotomous relationship between domestic and public space, observed from the place of isolation. The image that the world gives us back is filtered by the means that our altered perception allows us. This image, losing relationship with matter, sublimates into a horizon in which the senses and the progressive time give way to the imagination and memory of cyclical time. And the title of this communication takes its cue from the theme of memory and its preeminent role in the imaginative and creative process. As Novalis states, if there were a theory of the fantastic, like there is in the case of logic, then we would be able to discover the art of invention. From this intuition of Novalis in the 70s of the last century, Gianni Rodari will take inspiration to get on the trail of some methodological clues concerning the birth of new stories, condensed into his masterpiece, The Grammar of Fantasy, an introduction to the art of inventing stories. This paradigm of the house as a shelter and thus as a place of accumulation and fantasy is perfectly embodied by the hut house of Valentino Zaiken, who was at the same time a sort of hermit obsessed with his world and a man endowed with extraordinary worldliness. As Marco Pietrosanto stated, the identification, the overlap between the author and the character, the conception of life as a work of art, finds one of the greatest formalizations in the house. The house is functional to renew the poet's conception of the world, who observes the evolution of things from an archetypal space. The author's irony and anti-lyricism are projected into this space that becomes a sort of heterotopia, another yet concrete place. The house shack represents the refusal to market rules, to forced labor. It is the symbol of the maximum exercise of intellectual freedom. The shape of the house is the exact figure through which it is possible to understand the refusal and the attraction to towards the consumerist society that pervades Zeichen's work, and which finds a sort of iconology in his colleges. The ideological character has determined a situationist lifestyle as a wandering intellectual. The refusal of the dwelling as a representation of accumulation of things is replaced by the idea of the house as a place in which to accumulate knowledge. The house becomes a college made with the tools necessary for the construction of his poetics. The idea of preserving the memory of the poet through the designation of his Roman home in a place dedicated to poetry arises from the spontaneous and collective proposal of a group of Roman intellectuals, above all Franco Purini and Zeichen's daughter, Marta, and was relaunched by the Faculty of Architecture of Sapienza to the Department of Architecture and Design and the Department of History, Design and the Restoration of Architecture. In a doctoral seminar coordinated by Orazio Carpenzano, 9 students, including myself at the time, were asked to imagine the transformation of the poet's house into a house of poetry. The results has been shown at the Biennale of Arte 2017 in Venice, and in a dedicated event held at the Casa dell'Architettura in Rome on 14th February of 2018. Carpenzano and his collaborators, Paolo Marcoaldi and Marco Pietrosanto, suggested a new destiny for the Zeichen house shack, transforming these cramped domestic spaces into the smallest and most precious piece within the circuit of cultural institutions that insist along the founding axis of Rome, the Via Flaminia, the former Via Lata, in continuity with the Roman Philharmonic Academy, the Maxi, the Auditorium, Parco della Musica, the National Gallery of Modern Art, and the Faculty of Architecture itself. The house is in fact located in Borghetto Flaminio, one of the mythical places of Rome, which rises a few meters from Piazza del Popolo within a urban fabric made of illegal small building settlements, still surviving the advent of the compact city of the 19th and the 20th century, consisting of small industrial artifacts now in disuse and partially under reconversion by our own faculty into spaces for teaching and researching. This area is dominated by the slopes of the cliff of the Strollfern Villa, which still today retains those primitive characteristics of the Etruscan Roman landscape that so much fascinated Goethe and Stendhal. Here, the huge strength of the large masses of tuff carved by the waters govern the morphology of a territory made up of sudden and dramatic changes in altitude. The house, like many in this place, arose spontaneously and was occupied by Zeichen towards the end of the 60s, in analogy to the reappropriation practice widespread among the artists of the Roman cultural milieu, of which Zeichen was actively part. The house shack is a single-story rectangular volume of extremely small dimension, of about 15 by 5 meters, an arm of a settlement system that can be defined as a collective courtyard. The house is part of a square of 16 meters on each side, organized around an open space overlooked by 2 houses. Valerio Magrelli's definition of casa baracca appears to be the most consistent to describe this object. The building, though based on the archetype of the court house, is characterized by a certain constructive fragility, the temporary nature of its function, of its constructive elements, suggest a makeshift shelter, a refuge that must fulfill its essential function, while the city becomes the true social and cultural home of the poet. The inevitable term of comparison of the seminar was the complete renovation project of the Zykan House, developed by Emilio Puglielli and presented in the Venice Biennale in 1991. An ideal home for a Dadaist client, developed up to the executive scale and clearly inspired by Pierre Charot's Maison de Verre. The final projects of the PhD seminar, as stated by Paolo Marco Aldi, one of the curators, show design strategies that are heterogeneous in form and function. Some consider the house as a ruin. The pre-existence is reduced to the archaeology of the built, simulacrum of a metaphysical space, an object suspended between the dreamlike dimension, reverie of impossible times and spaces. The house, frozen in its precarious condition, can become an expedient for possible overwritings, or a sort of apparent catastrophosis, in which the dwelling loses its cover and the enclosure becomes a Dadaist ready-made. My project for the House of Poetry moves from the intention to define the space of imagination through an indefinite and labile boundary. Stereometric structure defines a perfectly cubical space that is rarefied air, like in the poem you read before. This ephemeral work of elevation of the house rewrites its destiny and role in the Borghetto landscape, restoring a measure in height that defines a figure that is both peremptory and elusive, and which is able to compete with the scale of the elements of the surrounding urban, anthropic, and natural landscape. The result is an implicit homage to a glorious, albeit small, work of a great Roman architect, the Agip Service Station in Mestre by Costantino Dardi. Here, in the loss of the acrylic sheets that covered it, today the service station shows the elegant and diaphanous texture of the special grid of its own structure, which makes it look like an empty aviary, capable only of occupying a portion of space, or rarefied air, as the poet called it. In this inventive operation, in which memory once again plays a fundamental role in the imaginative trigger, and by adopting a purely experimental method, which sees in the project the natural outcome of a theoretical and critical research work applied to architecture, the proposal works by subtraction and addition on the now inert matter of the house without any owner, which releases the pages of Zykan's dream book into a rarefied space of his imprint. An aviary for verses, which embodies and stages the isolation and the desire for sharing that every artistic operation expresses and yearns for, where the paper seems to take on a life on its own by means of an immanent act of authentic and poetic will. The definition of the figure, the clear geometry of the square shape, is corrupted and contrasted by the myriad of diagonals generated by triangular submodels, according to the methods of regular decomposition of the space that from the Roman floors in Opus Sectile runs through the history of the figurative arts and through Annie Albers reaches us. In the house, different types of encounter with poetry are allowed. In the central court, carved under the big tree, one can gather in groups to listen and readings aloud. On the cover of the low full volume, you can lie down or sit down and read alone, in pairs or small groups in front of the Pyrenean cliff scenery. Going down a spiral staircase, you arrive in a vaulted hypodium, a think tank, where you can be completely immersed in a silence and in a room of sensory deprivation. The area of the house shack is transformed into an open-air garden, below which there is a small museum of Valentino Zykan and his work, accessible by stairs and a lift from the reception area and the ticket office. On the opposite side of the central courtyard, a literary cafeteria, a toilet, and a hall for indoor performances complete the equipment of the House of the Poetry. The result is an architecture deprived of any tinsel, addition, or artifice to rediscover the primitive and timeless dimension of reading and meeting with others. In a game of references and reminders, the aviary welcomes figures from the past, ever belonging to different imaginaries, which compose a kind of archive of memory. The theme of the House Museum is thus hybridized with that of the space for the production and dissemination of art. Poetry thus becomes the means by which to embrace humanity from the enclosure of one's refuge, and the house shack assumes the role of a Hegelian concrete universal, which connects many oppositional diptychs linked to Rome and its meaning for our own civilization. Physical and intangible heritage, great history and micro-stories, solemn and popular lexicons, nomadism and permanence, memory and the future. Thank you.
Dear Fabio, it was an amazing presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was really nice. So I would kindly, I want to ask kindly to the participants of this session in the Zoom, if you can turn on your cameras so that we can be collaborative, just like we mentioned in these, the experiences of the museum. Thank you. Welcome again, good to see you all. There were really interesting topics. We just heard 3 amazing topics. And I would like to ask these participants if you have any questions, if you have any comments towards our presenters, so that we can start a discussion. If not, maybe I can. Okay, Giorgio Verdiani, hello, thank you. Please. We cannot.
You are muted, though.
Sorry. Nice. So welcome. Nice to meet you, all of you. And I have a double question for all the 3 papers presented. From one side, there is the first part of the question, which is, do you think that the introduction of digital tools to support exhibitions create a more ephemeral situation because of the continuous need for update of the digital part? Just think about it, about the case studies you checked. And after this, do you think that digital design creates spaces that are more a rendering space than a real space? So you propose a graphic that comes directly from the digital imagination and not from the reference to, for example, classic and so on. So, and if not, why this work? Yes, I think it can be a nice debate.
Thank you for this really interesting commentary. Would anyone want to start, or I can also add something to that, actually? If you may allow me, Giorgio. May I?
Yes, then maybe
sure.
After you, I can raise some questions regarding it as well.
Okay, so I was also thinking about this ephemerality, especially with dear Zeynep and Ezgi's presentation. I mean, it is definitely the situation that I also, I mean, it was the sense that I gathered actually, but in, let's say in Deleuzian terms, with this ephemerality and momentarity, etc., they commented on something like flux. So the flux was something, if I'm not mistaken, Ezgi, something really reciprocal, right? So it was kind of like a travel of the experience between the artwork and the observer. So this flux and the experience of the museum and the artwork which we are observing, etc., the experience with the, not the quality, but the content of the experience changed. I believe so. So this momentary has maybe, as a second comment, maybe made these experiences of the museum visits more standardized, as you mentioned, didactic. So I was just wondering about this flux situation and how would you interpret these with the momentarity? Thank you for allowing me, Giorgio.
Oh, but you are welcome.
Zeynep Hocam, would you like to start, or?
I will just mention something very briefly, then I will give to Ezgi. So this is something what we have been discussing from the beginning with Ezgi as well. I mean, how do you experience not only the exhibition itself, but also the space that is exhibited or presented to you along with the exhibition. So this is why we were trying to raise these questions of ephemerality as well. But I think we can also say that, okay, the digitalization leads the way, maybe, for some cases, to ephemerality. But what about the spatial experience? I mean, it may also be somehow ephemeral, but in digital circumstances, you have the chance to revisit from your phone, from your computer.
Exactly,
I mean,
yeah.
go again and again. So this is something that we are thinking about as well. Ezgi, please.
Yeah. I think like the technology, digitalization, this part should constantly change because something is permanent there, okay, more permanent there than the digital part. So they have to enhance itself constantly to make the flux better. So when we come to the flux thing, in art exhibitions, there's this big problem because you shouldn't be interfering with the art object because there's this like, you know, big emotional and mind-blowing thing happening there. But with the heritage sites, of course that is happening there too, but not everybody is historian, so you need this mediator to connect people with the heritage. So that's why you have to invent new ways for the, let's say, like more I don't want to say more normal people, but like not historians, like normal people, kind of like saying something controversial, but so other people can understand it. So like we've been thinking about that with Zeynep Hoca for a long while, how it could be better. Okay, we have these tools now, VR, AR, QR, etc. But they have some problems with them too, because they're in a way not real. Because we both work with spaces. We think that space is just like, well, that's the real thing, that's the real deal, and we only have this addition. So we shouldn't be forgetting that the real thing is over there. So we need this addition to make this other thing pop out. So, well, that is, I think, I hope that it explains it, but I think it's a really fun thing to work on.
Definitely. Giorgio, would you like to?
Yes. No, I think I have to say, we was replying to the comment in the chat right now. There is one very interesting, so I will not write, but speech about it from Alex, from Alessandro Kamitz, which is about the fact that a virtual environment cannot replace the air of the place. So yeah. For sure, they cannot replace the real mood, the sensation in place, and so on. But accordingly to our last experiments, it is possible to give a sensation about a place, or at least when it is about creating an environment that is not existing anymore, especially in immersive experience. It's better if you don't feel the air of the place, because you can replace it with something else. Like, for example, living the VR experience over a boat when you see floating construction, and you have this sensation coming from an environment that is more similar to the one of the lost architecture than the one that you may experience somewhere else. So it makes sense when you are in place or in similar places. When you are at home, obviously, if you are frying potatoes while you are having your VR experience, probably you have something that is a little bit out of lines with the experience. But in general, I think especially the experience in the museum, like I expand the visit with screens, QR code, augmented reality, and so on. If we visit any museum with a long story about digitalization, it comes to my mind, for example, the Museum of Space in Toulouse. You have 10 years old digital solution that now are really old. So you say, okay, it's very digital, but it's really a digital vintage that can be interesting, but is a little bit out age, we may say. So in this sense, the ephemeral setup of a room or of an exhibition will raise up very fast. And so I think that in my personal idea is a good idea to experiment in a temporary exhibition digital solution, and then plan well with the people administering the museum the digital solution inside the museum, because they will become old quite easily. And especially if it's a matter about connecting personal devices to the experience, maybe in a couple of years, it's time to change everything once again. So if you don't have a planning, correct planning, financial planning about the updates, your solution is at risk somehow. And instead, everything online, in my idea, is good, because even is less, there is a less risk about having to change something about the hardware, because it's all based on the hardware of the users, and it became better and better in time. The compliance right now, I think, is a marginal problem, because there are a lot of standards, a lot of features that are well consolidated. And so if you bring things online, probably they will be online at least for 10 or 20 or even more years. We don't know exactly how long, but so if you have your VR experience, or if you have your if you pay a little of attention about compliance with the formats, you give a long life to your content. But overall, instead about the argument number two, sorry, and the design procedures that create spaces that maybe are very nice, suggestive, and so on, but are really out of a rendering in a certain own way, it's something to think about, because in the end, the use people will do of it, and the way they will really look like at any hour of the day is a subject that sometimes is not that clear, neither to the designer, because especially when I see drawings with the north to the top and the shadows to the south, and I say, okay, that's a planet for Australia. So, but is in Turkey or in Europe or somewhere else, you have to say, but probably you didn't think about where you are at all, and you place the light where is nicer, but you will never get it in the real.
Yes, thank you very much. Especially your comments on the phenomenology of the exhibition space is really valuable. I mean, we really,
thank you.
These senses with all the phenomenological aspects really shifted to something else, but I don't want to talk more. So I'm seeing some hands. So dear Per, so please, the microphone is yours.
Yeah, thanks. This is an interesting discussion. For my part, I look at the digital as another element, dimension. I think it is important that it is not seen as something that should replace other forms of communicating and means of communicating. And I would like to see a world in which certain museums operate a lot with the digital and others not at all. And that there are other museums that are purely digital. And of course, within the digital, there are many subtools which create quite different conditions. And I think we must look at it that way and not discuss whether we should have a tangible museum and a museum with a lot of volumes of air and things, or a digital museum, but rather in how these different tools can be used for different purposes, which is best for this particular purpose that we want to achieve in this particular case. But I also think, the narration is important, of course, both in the digital and in the exposition. But the objects which comes from another age have many dimensions themselves, and there are many things that can be seen by people with special knowledge. A very evident case are artisans. I have visited museums on Iron Age Europe, for example, with artisans with knowledge of how you do metallurgy, and they immediately see things in the objects that I cannot see, and they communicate this information to me. And actually, there are many such dimensions. So no narration will explain or comment on all aspects of the objects. The objects carry things themselves, which are important. So that is important to remember, that the narration is necessary, but the narration is not the full reality or anything that could be said about what is in the exposition. I do think that is important to remember. And that means that we must give opportunities for seeing things also in other ways. In part, we do that through doing different kinds of expositions, different kinds of museums, doing some things digitally and some things in a tangible way, but also through giving space to these objects that we expose in the museum, give them a possibility to be there themselves and to let people really see them. I think that is very important. So at times when the museum is too popular, too crowded, people can't see the things. We have some very good examples of that. And there, of course, the digital can be a mean, but it's not a full mean. It's another thing to see it there, and it's actually tangible. You can, and of course, it is interesting to see to what extent we could experiment. If we have paintings that we must protect, nobody should touch them. That's good. We could have other paintings that we allow people to touch. I think we must experiment in different ways to create a whole world of different kinds of museums, I would say. And of course, George is very correct in this. At present, a digital installation has a short duration. I know we can take the gallery of comparative autonomy in Paris, which has been there since the 1890s, and is still more or less the same. That is not the case with the digital installation today. It will not operate for such a long time. Perhaps in the future they will, but not now. So that is an important difference at present. An old museum can still operate if it was well done originally, actually. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It was really valuable what you just said, something to think about as well. Would any of the participants or the speakers would add something to the latter comment, or should I continue with the order of the hand raising? I think Pelin Arslan was, Pelin, yeah, okay, the microphone is yours.
Just a small comment. Thank you very much for the whole presentation. Museums evokes my interest in a way that they are learning environments. So I was just thinking, if for example, if a first museum visited by a child is a virtual, then the scale issue will occur. So that might be problematic because museums are impressed them as a way how big or how small or how interactive the objects are. So it's very hard to understand this in that way. Of course, I totally agree with your comments. It shouldn't be discussed either. It should be virtual or not. But this should be considered definitely. I was just thinking out of my curiosity.
Yeah, can I add something there? Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Space, obviously, like understanding of the space is really important, and we were mentioning it about this in our presentation. Just like because you design museums in a way, like I would not want to be controversial, but you make them like a temple at the end. Again, like not temple, let's say. Okay, so when you entering the museum, you have to feel like you're entering to something like different. You are going to enter a new experience place. So that's why also for that it's really true too. But due to COVID-19, we have this problem. We cannot go anywhere. And museums, the museums should keep on educating people because that's their purpose. So if this is the purpose, we have to find ways to make people still visit these places. But when we are like, when we get rid of COVID-19, everything should like, hopefully everything will be normalized. Then we are going to have this hybrid way of experiencing the museums. So you're going to experience the space, experience every amazing thing inside. Then you're going to turn back your home and you're going to just like recheck them, and like possibly you wouldn't be forgetting them more easily. So we have to think about that aspect. So some people are like handicapped. Some people cannot go outside. Some people don't have any money, so they have to stay in some country and they won't be able to visit Louvre. So having this possibility now, I think it really amazes me that you can sit like in your chair and check out Uffizi Museum, and it's just like magical, but still not as magical as going to that place. So you check it out, then you would think like, okay, one day I have to definitely go there. Then hopefully you'll be finding a way to go to the Uffizi Museum. So I think we have to. I'm trying to see it with that way, not like replacing the museum, just like enhancing or trying to enhance the museum.
Totally.
Other additional comments regarding Pelin's and Ezgi's?
Just a joke for Ezgi. I can go this afternoon.
No.
Yeah, Giorgio.
Taking my heart.
May I think that we also have to avoid that the virtual part of the museum visit diminishes the challenge that every work of art should also be for a visitor. If the virtual part of a museum gives the visitor everything there is about a work of art or an object, and it does not leave any space anymore for his own experience, for his own curiosity and interest to develop, then I think that we also, in a way, lower the importance of the educational part that a museum should be. So we should not give the visitor too much, because I think, it's like giving the student too much information about what he has to study, and in the end, you eliminate the curiosity that the topic actually should be or should give to the visitor.
Thank you, Yiryan. I'm seeing Alessandro sent for a while. Alessandro, would you like to add something?
Yes, about the issue of duplication of the original. So Walter Benjamin, in his work, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, had explained as photography, the introduction of photography, changed completely the panorama in the arts. And we could also today say that photography killed painting. So what is digital replication, twins? What are the digital twins going to kill? But the question is another one. And in the age of digital, I'm sharing my screen for you to read it. Does the digital version of an artifact museum lessen its unique value? Is there a risk of reification with digital twins? That's my question.
First of all, I don't think that photography killed paintings.
Yeah, I agree with Giorgio already.
But it changed something. For example, you know that we all know well that there is a very fierce experience about the photography and cultural heritage that is quite weird, because when at the beginning of the 20th century, there is the stalling of Mona Lisa. They had a problem that is, okay, how many Mona Lisa are around, or copies of Mona Lisa are around, which is the real one? And so they used photography to match the various copies of Mona Lisa with the original one and be sure about which one was the real one. And I had a small note, funny note about it. You know that it was found back in Florence in an hotel when the thief bring it back to Florence and said, call by telephone the superintendency and say, I am here with the copy, I won't give it back, with the original, I won't give it back to you. And the hotel where this happened changed his name, now is named Mona Lisa since then. So because of this event. And then going back to the main argument, I think that we have always to think about these elements like tools that may expand, extend the approach to the museum, to the learning experience, to the device, and bringing it more close to the people. But it should be made the effort to make it a real step forward, not something that is staying in a situation where you go to the museum to take a selfie of you with the paint in the background, and you don't have time to take a look to it because you have to take 20 of these pictures during the day, because it's the way you see it all together in online. And so you think that, okay, I am in vacation, I have to send a picture of me in front of everything, and so on. But once it was limited to the number of frames on the camera, now you can take an incredible number of pictures. But if you use it well, like you create a digital environment, a series of digital twins that goes from the BIM model of the museum to use and manage the museum itself. And then you have online the copies of your statues, so that a scholar can take a look in depth to the statue, can raise up to the head of the statue and see how it looks from the top and so on. You manage to have contents that are not available online, like a map of the weakness of the statues. You know that there is all across the Mediterranean area a big problem with the exhibition and the safety, because in case of earthquake, we don't know how many of them can survive the shaking. And so it's not a matter about putting a statical basement beneath every statue. Sometimes if such kind of shake arrives, maybe the whole building may fall. So it's about to have an idea about the level of risk and then manage it accordingly. But with the digital solution, it's possible to simulate, to disseminate, to create argument of knowledge for people that visit. So I can tell you, okay, this is a statue, and I can tell you where there are the weakness of this statue. So you know the best and the worst from the things, and you create a step forward in culture. So, for example, in general, when going back to the Uffizi, there is this very nice proposal from the direction of the Uffizi to create the larger of Uffizi with 20 locations all across Tuscany, where bringing the artworks that are in the depots and they cannot be exhibited normally. And so it's a way to connect places that are a little bit neglected and became a part of a network. In this way, using digital tools to create the network, support it, disseminate it, and allow people to find easily contents in place is a digital part that is part of all the system in the end. So for people who know exactly this and people that just know about it when they arrive in place. So yeah. I think but there is all of this is something that must work in the mind of the architect, of the designer when he's planning the exhibition and the organization, because otherwise he will continue to think about the room and the place and people enter and make very simple steps in the organization of the space. Instead, when you have a digital wide mind in design, maybe is a good occasion and a good occasion to take the commitment.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so we are running short on time. I want to quickly ask the participants if anyone has particular questions to the researchers, to Mariana Sergio, to Fabio Balducci, Zeynep, Ceylanlı, and Ezgi Çiçek. If you have any questions regarding their research.
Sorry, Pinad,
yeah?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. We have a lunch break coming up. So if anyone wants to continue discussing, they can do it all the time until 2 o'clock.
Yeah, this is why I just...
No, sorry, until 3 o'clock. So, I mean, we can just go on with the discussion, no problem at all. As for the timing, this is what I was saying. Sorry for the interruption.
This is why, regarding the discussion, I just wanted to pause and then ask the participants if they have any questions for the researchers, because I believe they are really valuable researchers. Okay, I had a question, but let's have a lunch break then. I would ask to Fabio later with adding you all. So this was really a nice session. I congratulate all the participants. Thank you very much for the other listeners as well. And please see the other valuable comments on the chat as well, especially Özge's comment. You can go further with the comment in the later discussions on the museums. So I'm pausing the session and nice to meet you. And I hope you healthy days and take good care of yourself.
Yes, I think there's a raised hand. Per Cardinal.
Yeah. Okay. I reiterate that I think we need different kinds of museums. Of course, digital and non-digital combined. We need those museums that are purely digital and those that does not integrate the digital at all. It's evident. And when it comes to museums, there should be a lot, those who do not, I mean, this part that is not digital, they should also vary considerably. I mean, that is evident. And there are many possibilities. But I wanted to raise another little topic that I think is relevant for us. I've discussed this with some Swedish colleagues over the last couple of years. When you look at some of the expositions made in archaeology in the beginning of the 20th century and the end of the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, these exhibitions were actually research. So in making an exhibition, you were doing research. So you presented the results of your research in the form of an exhibition. The famous Swedish archaeologist Oscar Montelius is a good example. He created his new ideas on chronology of prehistoric Europe through making exhibitions and organizing them in particular forms. So at that time, an exhibition was not only about giving some sort of secondary narration to a general audience, but about actual research, actually doing something new and creating new ideas. And I think we are talking about that we should try to, I'm not stating that all exhibitions should be that kind, but some should be of that kind. And I think that when we try to do that, I think that a digital component could be quite interesting and could allow also a wider group of people to participate in research. So that is a special area in which we could create interesting integrations of the non-digital and the digital, and think of the exhibition and even the creation of the exhibition as a research process, not least about this kind of topics that we're discussing at this AACCP. This could be a challenge, trying to do something, an AACCP exhibition of this kind. That was just a suggestion for the future.
I see Martin Ebert has a raised hand over there.
Yeah, Alessandro, I think you're very good in like inciting this discussion. So I have to compliment you on that. So your questions are provoking to come out. So that's great. So I was thinking that I had the doubtful pleasure to be in one of these digital museums last year, where all the exhibitions were basically digitalized, and you could like see medieval objects. You could turn them around. You could things that you never could do in a normal museum. So I thought that was very interesting. At the same time, I was touching screens all the time, because digital data sets, they also create the necessity to have a user interface that's digital. So you have a screen, you touch screens and all this different, and the whole touchability, the sensual quality of the objects is getting lost. So and of course not all objects in museums are, you cannot touch the Mona Lisa, for example. So but I totally understand that, but I think it's kind of depriving us for the possibility if we should start digitalizing museums in a great scale. But I think I agree with Per that it widens the map. It gives additional opportunities that we didn't have when we had just physical museums, and that I think we should use that possibility, but we should not replace reality with digital objects.
Yes, I think Ozge had a question in the chat, if you want to come up.
Yes, thank you. While watching all these digital creations, yes, they are so exciting because they are giving us the opportunity to see something which we are absolutely not able to do it in any other way. But most of the time that I think about the children and the people who are visiting the museum without the scientific methodology understanding. So they may think that everything that they are seeing is a part of reality. In fact, that they are the reality that the scientific people are creating. And also the experiences are, how to say, giving a very exciting thing, which is starting to become more exciting than the reality itself.
Sorry.
I got a number of raised hands. Just to mention, I noticed Jan and Ben, and then Bora, and who was this, Zainab? No, I just want to say one thing before I hand it over to Jan. The whole idea of, the Christian idea of the material evidence of the saint, the reliquari, that kind of idea. The museum is something alike. So you got a material evidence of something, a historical fact in the museum. It's real, it's not a reproduction. But if you make a reproduction, is it still the material evidence? Question mark. Okay, that is Jan.
Jan, me? I don't think I had my hand up. I was just saying that I agree with Ozge.
Okay, so
no.
Benjamin? Not here. Bora?
Yes, I wanted to add some facts.
I think reality as an experience is the best thing ever. So everything leads to reality. So all roads should lead to Rome eventually. But on the way, we shouldn't forget that some people do not have the option to go and be at the museum right away. So this is, think of it as a journey, and think of it of a documentary. When we actually watch a documentary and we find out about these artists and that period and all the material that we see on the documentary, it's actually giving us some sort of information as well. So perhaps it's not the material, but the information that's most important. And when we are actually moving something from reality to virtual reality, we should underline this experience part, the user experience. So what is this experience? Imagine, I've been thinking about like this project for a while now. I want to actually go and make a survey of a Selçuk medrese, and with photogrammetry and laser scanning, and create a digital twin. Okay, when we are in virtual reality and we are actually visiting this virtual twin, we can discuss if this is the same as being in the real museum itself in a Selçuk medrese. But the nice part actually of virtual reality is that we can add certain experiences. This means, let's not forget, we are actually using game engines. So when we are in the game, we can add a lot of things, such as we can see a guide, we can have a tour guide that can take us around. In fact, this tour guide can be Mevlana, Rumi Mevlana himself, you know, he can take us around. And we can use artificial intelligence. So when we ask them something, they can actually respond to us. And this sort of stuff. And we can see that periods, people like normally in a museum, you cannot put these things because they're expensive, but digitally it's possible. I mean, good museums can do it, but models of costumes, etc., like animations, you know, so this becomes extremely exciting then. This means the reality is the most exciting part, but adding this layer of digitality on top of it and having people think about it and learn about it, especially young people, imagining how that period was, what was going on, you know, this is like what's exciting. I find this exciting. That's what I want to do.
Is that Zeynep wanted to say something? Was that Zeynep?
Yes. Well, in addition to Bora, which I couldn't find the link right now, but if you have heard about VIM, the virtual museum of a European Union supported project, that this kind of things already have been introduced several years ago. So yes, so this is kind of a new way to share information with the children or whoever visits the museum. But regarding the idea of, oh, so the children will not, you know, separate the real from the virtual or from this augmented thing. So what would be the case? But this is how the learning also, you know, leads to this way. I mean, you need to think of not to replace one another, one for the other, but to find a solution in the end. Come on, we are in our homes for a year. We have to come up with some kind of virtual digital solutions in order to enhance the quality of experience with socializing with people, education, even design studio. We turned our design studios into something digital, which have been, of course, for long years have been worked on it, but without any experience, you know. So that's the key point, I think, the enhancements. So we're not picking one over the other, but we are finding new ways to enrich the experience itself. And it's not experiencing it, oh, it's flying, so I'm flying, let's experience how is it to fly. It's not only this extravagant experiences. Just like Bora mentioned, the documentaries. I mean, you are seeing this 4K screen of yours, the several documentaries regarding not only museums, but several other places around the world. And that only raises up your curiosity and your knowledge, your idea about those places. So I think we are all on the same floor here, that one is not for the replacement of another, but there is intriguing questions raising up. We should argue, but we should not neglect the possibility of the digital, not only in museums, but in everything in our lives. I mean, I totally understand that we should be skeptical to some extent, but there they are. Thank you, sorry.
Inevitably, we got two parties here, the skepticals and the enthusiasts. Per?
Yes, I, as you stated, Camis, I think there is an empirical part to this. That these walls are actually from that time period. That is not irrelevant as empirical information. It's not the same as a photography. Even if the photography is also an empirical evidence, but a secondary one in relation to what we are searching in that case. And even the scan is a secondary information, even if it's very rich in data as compared to photography. So the empirical is one thing. The other thing is, of course, in relation both to ruin or the artifact is the emotional thing that can emerge from that, which we should not disregard completely. When it comes to the visual reconstructions, I do think that the more realistic they seem to be, the more immersed we are when we look at them. With new technology, we can become very immersed. The more we will, if we do not have other information, we will tend to believe in them. They see very real, they look very real. I mean, I think Benjamin had a comment on that in the chat, and that is interesting in itself, as Benjamin states. It's a fascinating thing, but it's also could become a problem that people really get immersed in a version that is completely absurd in relation to the reconstruction of something. So I have tried previously, very long ago, in 2003 something, when I played a little bit with visual realistic reconstructions of archaeological sites. I suggested that we should do a long series of different reconstructions. We should show all of them. And then we could argue about why we believe one was better than the other and so on. I would suggest that we do that more frequently. Alternate scenarios, so to say. But there was another thing that occurred to me. I mentioned previously Riegel and his hate to the ruin. He didn't have any respect for the empirical value of the ruin as such, evidently. He said that it was okay to do full-scale reconstructions of a temple from the classical antiquity. That was okay. That we build something that we think is a correct reconstruction, but it was not allowed to preserve the ruin. That is an extreme position, of course. And the interesting thing is that it occurred at the same time as Italy started to open up more and more ruined areas for tourists. And it's fun. That's an interesting thing. Le Corbusier had read Riegel, and during a period he was very much impressed by that. I think he changed position later. So that is fun, and that has a sort of, to some extent, this is the same debate as we are having now. And we cannot preserve everything, evidently. All the walls from prehistory and history and so cannot be preserved. But preserving things is still relevant, I think. That which we cannot preserve should, of course, be documented as good as we can. I think if it was into this, that we should not believe that because we have a good documentation, we do not need the original. We should actually need it, but we cannot always preserve it. So that is a parallel discussion to what we are talking about here now, and it's a very interesting discussion. Of course, each ruin is a selection because it's not the entire building. In some cases, the ruin has been consciously constructed there was a church at what is Largo Argentina now that was still in operation in 1890, but it was built within an ancient ruin, and they took away the church part, and it became a ruin. And that, of course, that evidently is a selection of what you think is important. I like buildings that are integrated with different elements, but I also think that the ruin is an interesting thing. I think that at times we could do that kind of selection, and that they are fun and interesting. As I said, when I was a kid, I loved Ostia, and I would like to defend the ruin a little bit. I think it has both a value as in the empirical sense, but also as the sort of image that we have in a period of what is relevant of the remains that we have in front of our eyes. And the emotional part becomes an integrated part of that.
Yeah, we would call that a primary source, a primary material source, you know, the empirical evidence of what was there before as testimony of the past. Was it Martin? And then Jan, and then we can go and have lunch, okay?
I had some doubts about saying the same thing in another way one more time, but Per, he had a sequence earlier this week where he described himself as a little kid running around in a ruin, and I kind of this stuck with me because I kind of I found myself in this, and I'm not sure if he would have been sitting here if he would have run around in a digital ruin in a 3D model. So I think there's always a extra quality to both the sensual quality. I have said that before, and in addition to that, I think there's also another thing that when we have original material, this is even though if we could reconstruct original material, molecule for molecule, atom for atom, and create something that's totally alike the thing that we already have found, it would still be a model of something that was original, and because that will give us the possibility to scan this object in 50 years again with a new technology that we just don't know yet, and we'll find out new things about this object that we didn't know about, because in 50 years we will have another technology that will reveal more things about this object. And this possibility we will close if we just kept digital twins of objects and throw away or destroy or blow away islands or whatever we have been talking about today. So I'm a bit more in the skeptical corner. Because I just like to sit in a spring morning in a ruin with my sketchbook and just let the day pass by.
Okay, Jan, that will be the last one, then we can go and have lunch.
Well, a couple of things when you were talking about, I think it was SG is talking about the virtual, the preparation, or the, you know, you can be there from a far distance. It came to my mind, this is what we had when I was a kid, right? That was the catalog of an exhibit. You know, we would go to the exhibit and then we would buy the catalog, and at home we could actually go back through the catalog, through the exhibit with our catalog. So this is 1975, and this must have been one of the first books on art that I ever bought. And in a way, what the digital is now, the virtual is trying to do is not very much different from that. The second thing is, for Per, the ruin in Largo Argentina is even a fake ruin because they left the apse of the church. And that is, there's a ruin that as such has not even ever existed, you know. And the third thing, I think that, I mean, you are all, most of you are very well introduced to the theoretical approaches to these problems, and I am not. And I think that way too often in these discussions, we once again forget the financial impact of these projects, and especially the way by which the availability of financial resources will not be equally distributed over all the, for instance, museums museums that would benefit from it. Thus, you're going to create a kind of digital divide. You're going to have some museums that will be very well represented and known virtually, and that can also enhance the visits to the museums, and others who don't have the means to do so. So you're going to create I think also undemocratic and cultural, an undemocratic discrimination and a cultural discrimination, which we often forget. I always say for myself, it is, it's very easy to get a lot of money for something that is known, and it is a lot harder to get a little bit of money for something that is not so well known. And I think that also applies to the whole digital aspect now of cultural heritage.
Okay.
And now we can go to lunch.
So what is happening now is that I stopped the recording. I'm going to stop the live streaming, and in 1 minute, and for those who would like to keep on going, discussing, I'm going to put you in 2 breakout rooms where you can keep this discussion. And in 30 minutes, we will be back here for the keynote lecture. Now, just one note, the keynote lecture from Professor Samanci is confirmed, but the live archaeogastronomy event is confirmed, but it's not going to be live because of the lockdown. So the chef cannot go to the cuisine for the lockdown we have in Turkey. So we have a recorded version of the live event, which was live when they recorded, but they're not going to cook the same recipes, unfortunately. So it is confirmed, but with a slight change in program, which will be announced when we do this. I'm going to see you at 2 o'clock. So in 1 minute, you're going to get an invitation. If you would like to join the breakout room and have a discussion, you're going to get an invitation. Just say yes, and then see you later. Thank you. Bye-bye.